when I can show you that map. Alright, so today we're going to be checking out Planet Coaster 2. For those who don't know, Planet Coaster 2 had a really big update. I believe it was yesterday, if not the day before that. That we now have seasons in the game, so you've got like proper summer, winter, fall, all that. The big implication is during the summer, it's hotter. People want to drink a lot more beverages. If they're too hot, they'll whine about it. So you have to offer places that are like indoors and all that to deal with. That's one end of the scope. But the more impactful one is winter, where it'll actually properly snow now, which can lead to like your swimming pools if they aren't heated and your water slides aren't heated and everything. That ultimately the pool freezes and literally no one will go into it. People also complain it's a need to be warm enough, so if it's too cold, people get upset and leave your park. So you have to have, like, again, places that people can go to get warm. During the winter, you'll have a tendency for people will want hot beverages as opposed to cold beverages. They also have thunderstorms, and now lightning strikes can hit your rides and damage them and everything, so there's mitigating factors you can have for all that kind of stuff. But you get the idea. So we've got all these weather systems and all that, and we got seasons, and that's all going to have a major impact in what you do in your parks and all that. In addition to all that, they've got a whole bunch of new scenery and theming and all that kind of stuff. That's more cosmetic and all that. Not super worried about that. That is a major aspect. We got a couple new rides. And then in addition to all of that, they have introduced dynamic pricing. You know, that incredibly awful dystopian monetization strategy used by some theme parks, where when a ride has a higher attendance to it, it costs more to go onto it. And all sorts of, you know, nice price gouging things, so you too can price gouge your people. The other thing, and I don't believe this is like with the big update they added, is down here is challenge mode. I believe this got added like 1 or 2 updates ago, that the idea behind it is you can go into your parks. Let me just click on one of these. And you now have difficulty modes you can add in. This is one of the things that was really missing when the game first launched. That when the game first launched, you just had over here, you had like your career mode, which is where you'd be like, it's like Roller Coaster Tycoon, where you had your challenge maps. You had franchise mode, which is kind of, it's pseudo multiplayer mode, that you'd kind of go up in there. And then you had sandbox mode, which was like sandbox and Roller Coaster Tycoon. It's not quite creative mode, but it's along those lines. And so for people who wanted to have like a harder Tycoon thing where it's actually challenging, there was no modes that satisfied that. Like you could do like a harder difficulty on career, but generally speaking, there was no difficulty settings that really had substance. But now a challenge mode we do. So what I'm going to do on this one is we're going to go ahead and make ourselves a brand new park in challenge mode, because that's the mode I want to do. Now, is hard mode cool? I haven't got to do too much of the challenge mode yet. I do enjoy these things. I've only got to touch it a little bit because I only got to mess with it a little bit the other day. I have enjoyed that it actually is challenging, as opposed to, again, the base game, it was pretty big. So for record, all the maps, all the not career maps are the same size. The career maps, they do vary a little bit, but I'll show you that here in just a second. So you next get to choose your biome. The only thing I'm going to note is these decisions do matter now. It used to be, this is just aesthetics on all intents and purposes. Like, yeah, some numbers would change, but it really didn't matter. If you choose temperate or taiga, you can now have snowy winters. If you just don't want to deal with the snow crap, you could choose Mediterranean or tropical. So I'm going to go ahead and I think we'll go with temperate, because that should give us the nice balance between everything. So we're going to choose that. Now, if you look at the difficulty settings, we have, I believe medium is the default. So you can make it easier, which is a little bit weird for a challenge mode to have like an easier setting. But you get the idea. It's like some of the stuff that you recover all of your money for demolishing, you have lower refunds, you know, staff are less whiny about their salaries, less sunburns, less needs, more starting cash. This is just your normal difficulty, medium. And then hard, we start with less cash, our guests are extra whiny and will refund more readily, and then we don't get as much money for demolishing thing. Yeah, no, I think, genuinely speaking, if you're new to the game, I would say start with medium, and then if you're looking for something more difficult, then start again on hard. If you're like, I want this to be a little bit easier, you can start again on easy. You'll probably make multiple parks by the time this is done. And so for this one, we're going to do mostly ethical rides and entertainment co. That is going to be the name of our park. That's fine. OSHA, go home. Alright, so we are doing the hard difficulty. So when you start, if it is not a career mode map, because again, career mode are like pre-crafted scenarios where you have like an existing park. So you'll start with this. So if you look here, that's the area there. All of this open area here, that is all buildable space. If I grab a flat ride, I could probably... Yeah, so like where you see this like faded border here, that's the limit on my space right now. I think you might even be able to buy more space. So we have all the way out here, all the way over there. So it's a pretty big map. If you were to like fully fill that in, you'll start having things. I think you might actually be able to buy more land. Park options. It's been such a long time. Because I remember... I don't remember where it is. Park rating. Yeah, no, I don't remember if you can buy land in these modes. But the point is, that's a tremendous amount of space. Like, it's really a big amount of space. Yeah, because this is the one corner all the way over to here. And one other thing too, it's not really big. I mean, how big do you want it to be? Because again, keep in mind, that's about the height of a guest. There was a way to expand. Yeah, no, I know in the other modes there were. This is the challenge mode. I'm assuming there was, but I thought it was just like a button down here. It's been a hot minute since I played. You can also edit it. But yeah. So regardless, another nice thing about this game, for those who don't know, is like modifying the terrain like this. You'll notice this isn't costing me any money. On edit mode. Gotcha. But yeah, so you can see like, you can just change the terrain however you want, and it costs nothing. I really appreciate about this game, because it used to be a very annoying thing when you go to play these kind of games, and you were dealing with like various limitations, because you wanted to make like, oh, I want to make this scenery. Oh, I have to have enough dirt to do it. Okay, well that costs copious amounts of money. Maybe click on the board on the map. I know in the career mode what happened is you'd have like a little area over here. But still, I'm not too fussed. We're nowhere near needing that space. But yeah, the maps, like, genuinely the maps are bigger. They're bigger than Roller Coaster Tycoon 2's were. And like for comparable games, I don't know of another game in this genre that has a bigger map. I know at City Builder you got bigger map, but that's a matter of scale. Alright, and the other thing that's also free, for those who don't know, I'm gonna choose my path real fast. What do I want my main walkway in here to be? Because I've already got an idea of what style park I want to make. I'm going to put down some nice, wonderful asphalt. But yeah, you also notice we still haven't spent any money. Paths, terraforming, that's free. Costs nothing. And I think that's great because it doesn't functionally do anything. I mean, paths do, but like the terraforming is just purely aesthetic. So it was always really annoying for a thing that doesn't functionally change the game to be locked behind a bunch of cash, which kind of limited what you could do. Now, I do know one thing I want to do here is I want to go ahead and make kind of like a mountainous entrance a little bit. To like hide the, hide this area over here. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And I also want to make it big because I plan on hiding my employee spaces and everything inside there as well. Because then what I'll do is I'll carve into the hillside there. In hindsight, I probably should have placed the employee spaces first. And we can add rocks and all that to make this more believable later. Alright. So let's make ourselves like a little bit of an entryway here. So that way you can have that moment where you walk into the park. Where you don't, like, you have that separation from the outside world. That. One thing I'd kind of like to see them do with some of these sandbox kind of maps is I'd like to let, you know, I'd like them to have, you know, selections about being like, okay, this park is in a city. Where you would, you know, have the, instead of the endless forest background that, you know, buses show up through magic or whatever, that instead you'd have, like, just the city there. And even if it's, like, functionally just background, you know, you could have your, like, your Disneyland kind of place where it's just a theme park wedged in the middle of the city. Alright, that'll do for that now. Alright. This will end up needing to be a bit taller over here so we can put the buildings inside without being too squooshed. Now, one thing I need to be very careful is we are playing on hard. So normally you start with something like 20 or 30,000, not counting loans or whatever. I'm starting with 7.5. That's going to be about enough for me to slap down the bare minimum number of buildings to have a functional staff, power, and all that. And like I said, later on when we have more money, I'll probably pop in here, put a couple like scraggly trees on here. Now let's give a little bit of actual rock formation to have a little bit of like these kind of like little vein off things where the wind hasn't fully eroded them. Okay, so I spent way longer than I probably should have on this part. So you walk in here, you got your big reveal of the park once we get in there. Let's see, if you know anything about Planet Coaster is meant to be played, it's going to be the park along the lines that real life one ended up getting shut down for being too dangerous. The one with the water slide that was going to giving people lacerations from the teeth embedded inside the water slide after being pulled out of guests through G-forces. Are we talking about Let's Game It Out? Because that sounds some like Let's Game It Out coded stuff. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put a little pocket in here. Because I need a couple of things for my park to run. So just carve into here, make ourselves a little cave. Alright, so what we want to do is put a couple of different buildings in here. Now, with this, we do have certain things where if I accomplish these gold... Oh, it's a real one, Defunctland? It doesn't surprise me. There were some utterly cursed stuff. Yeah, so they give me certain objectives to do with these, and some of these will randomize. So, like, we have to build one restroom that's functional. We need to get a 1.0 park rating, and we need to build 2 flat rides. And I believe the flat rides is always there. But there are ways to get like a little influx of money, and you kind of have to do those realistically to get off the beginning of the ground. So what I'm going to do here is we are going to make ourselves in a little employee path. Which is instantly going to teleport us out of there. Because there's one thing that you'll fight with doing anything underground, is you will fight with the camera. Just be ready for it. Alright. So with that, we're going to need facilities. And I'm going to go to create custom so I can make my own designs and everything. So we will need the staff facilities. So I'm not going to get the mechanic workshop yet. The mechanic workshop is for doing research. I'm going to hold off on that because again, we're going to be super broke at the beginning. I'm also going to get like the smallest staff workroom we can. Oh. Alright, this is one of the reasons why I'm glad that I've got that. Because you end up with like bad placement stuff. Yeah, there we go. So it didn't properly flatten because it kept clicking and unclicking. So I was telling it to flatten to different heights as I moved around. There we go. Alright. So staff-only path. Let's see what we have for our aesthetics for the staff-only path. We have an arrow queue. Oh, that's not the right thing. Staff path. Oh, staff-only paths always have a certain aesthetic to it. I'm going to switch from placing that way to using the stencil. Scale that down because I don't need a big one. And I want to do it this way so that way I'm on a grid. It'll just be way easier to do what I need to do if I'm on a grid. Alright, so again, facilities. I just need a handful of facilities to manage my staff kind of thing. Alright, so that's our staff building. That's going to be important for a bunch of stuff. We'll want the mechanics workshop later, but right now... Oh, you're only $100? That's fine. For $100, I could just turn it off. I thought it was like $1,000. Okay, so we got those two. And then the last things I'm going to need over here is we are going to need to go in here and have a power source. So we can have our power generator. Alright. And I'm going to want to make those nicer eventually. But for right now, we're not going to worry about that. And then what I'm going to do here, I'm going to make the size of this brush a bit smaller. I'm going to switch that to filling the area out again. Weirdly, this is actually not a bad plan with the way this game works mechanically. In real life, yeah, shoving a generator into a small confined space, it kind of doesn't matter what you think your generator is going to be. Most likely your generator is going to be putting off some type of exhaust or heat or something else that in an enclosed space is probably not what you want. Yeah, what I'll probably do is I'll add a wall with a door here. Or like a doorway or whatever. So again, that'll be our staff area buried in the cave. You come through the turnstiles, and then we'd come out to where the park actually starts. And so, right now we're not going to have much we could do as far as like actual decor. Scale you up. Okay. So we've got this. Normally you'd want whatever your like main decoration is, like your main, again, if we're talking actual theme park, you walk in, you've got the nice controlled view, and then whatever the important thing is right front and center. We'll plan that to be farther back, but right now we won't worry about that. Now I don't want everything to be utterly flat on this map. So that is something we're going to want to change. So this one I'm going to go ahead and do maximum size. And then there's a roughen tool. And we'll end up doing more of this stuff later, where we actually make proper hills and not just random roughness. Because, needless to say, right now, this doesn't look like natural ground, where I've just got this nonsense. You'd have more like where water has flowed and settled and all that. Yeah, no, that's the thing. You should have like a really cool sign entering the park, which is what I think will be here. So, with this, what we could try do... Is that a cave over there? Just like Oh, there's a little river over here. A little pool. Okay, I mean, that's cool. We can probably do something like that later. Alright, so we're going to want to figure out what our first rides and all that are being. So let's plan for having... get you back down to like 30. Let's plan to have like a little bit of an elevated dining area over here. I don't want it to be elevated as much as I'm ending up doing. Maybe that middle spot's about right. So I'm thinking we make a little elevated area here to eat. That'll be like where our gift shops, that kind of thing is. I think we'll force our guests to walk through it. So I can go here to smooth. Alright, so I gotta check terrain, conforming. Alright. Let's go a little ramp up. And this is one of those games, if you like the terraforming artsy side of it, you can just kind of go with it. If that's not really your jam, you don't have to. You will have to do some level of decorating, which is fine. But you can just kind of mash down those. And if you really just don't want to put the effort in, you just don't have the spoons for it, you can just go to the workshop and be like, okay, just give this to me. There we go. That way it ramps up to look kind of more naturally following the terrain a little bit. Is there a penalty for destroying a ride or attraction that I know of? If you destroy a ride, you do not get all the money back on the base game settings. You get a good chunk of it on normal difficulty. On the easy difficulty, you get it all back. And then the hard difficulty, you don't get much of it back. You can move the ride, and I believe that's either free or relatively cheap. Alright, so let's go and figure out our, like, dining area stuff. So what we're going to do is I'm going to change the... Didn't want to do that. Again, I'm glad that doesn't cost money, because otherwise I would have just wasted money. So we're going to change the scale here, and we're going to change the design. Because let's start getting our first areas for, like, people eating and all that. Now, I do, again, have a plan on how I want to do all this. Oh, I wanted that to be a little different than that. Sure, whatever. For this one, not conforming. Alright. What I wanted to do is I wanted to start squaring that off. That's the reason I started there. I keep choosing the terraform tool for that. And once I put the buildings on here, this will get a lot less of a mess. Here. So I want to equal it all to this. And then, like, right now I'm just leveling this out, but what we'll ultimately do... What we'll ultimately do in the long run is I'll make it look a little bit more natural. Add a little bit of bumpiness to it, all that. Alright, so what I want to do first, I'm just giving myself enough space to be like the dining area and all that. And I'll have that go 2 tiles deep in either direction. So yeah, 2 tiles deep. So that's good there. Alright, so now we need to actually get our facilities here. So we need some of the basic guest facilities. So one of the things that this is saying it wants me to have is restrooms. which is not entirely surprising. I'm going to put a set of restrooms here. And then I'm going to go and I'm going to skip a spot. I'll put guest services there. Oh, I guess I could use... And you can Control Z to undo it. So I can also make my guest services like a little counter. I could do it this way, where... So you can make it where it's an enclosed building, or just a counter. They functionally operate the exact same. It's just a matter of which aesthetically you prefer. So I'm actually curious about making myself like a little building here. And then just having a bunch of counters in it. The bathroom has to be an enclosed space. And then you could do the same here as well. All right, let's give that a go. Now I've got to be very, very careful here, because the scenery does cost money. It's not a ton at once, but it does add up. Before we do that, let's get our first ride down, because at least we could try and limp along. But people won't just do at the little kiosk. I know, right? Alright, well, we'll plan for our first ride. Our first ride will be down here, I think. Because they're going to be flat rides. They're probably not going to be things that we're going to want to make, like, mainstays at the park. So we're going to get our first ride here. Now, if you're like, okay, but I don't want to decorate it, you can go to Blueprints and get ones where people have taken the time to build all the decorations for you, like, all that. So let's see if we can have one that I can match up. Yeah, so we got the Viking swing ship, so you look at that one, it's got all the decorations all over it. Or you could choose custom, and then we can find that exact same swinging ship without all the decorations. So you get all that. Now, we want to keep our first ride dirt cheap, because I have $6,000 to my name, and, you know, that's not a whole lot of money. One thing I always do is I always lift it off the ground, because it's easier to make stuff look good by, like, you can put paneling on the bottom, or you can make the hill pick up, or you can cover trees. There's options. When you dig it in the ground, it can be hard to make it look nice. I'm going to plan to... Actually, we have all this space is mine. We'll actually turn it this way. I'm going to undo that because I didn't do what I said I was going to do, which pick it up off the ground. So grab the Helter Skelter. You turn it this way, raise it a little off the ground, and place it there. Alright, now one thing I'm doing with this park that is something you will not have seen me do in the past is we're going to be absolutely price gougingly awful in this park, because we have the ability to do so now, and clearly we have to take advantage of that. So I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to immediately say that... Where are you at? We are going to enable having the Fast Pass, and we are going to maximum priority anyone who gets the Fast Pass. So pretty much what we're saying is, if you're willing to pay more, you get to get on the ride first. You're welcome. Alright, so let's go here real fast, change our palette back to the asphalt. Okay, so this will leave me enough room to get around there. Alright. So from here, we'll grab the regular path tool. I actually want to grab the stamp here again. So we're going to need to grab the terrain. Still not the terrain tool, no matter how often I've been choosing it. And expand it just over here, and that's when we're starting to give, like, make the edges make more sense as to over here, because I won't have the building over this way. We're going to have the building right here, and probably a separate building there eventually. So now I can grab the smooth tool. All right. And so, well, the reason I wanted to do that is I want to make the path wide enough that going around here won't get too much. You're minor cold right now, and you swear your stomach is starting to growl every half hour. I'm sorry to hear that. Colds are no fun. You will want to be probably 8. And we'll mark it to about there. Oh, okay. Let's fix that. That was not the button I wanted. Need an auto smooth? Yeah, there's a setting to make it so it'll level out and change the train. I just don't want it to dig into the train real far either. Okay, so that should make the path level, and like I said, there'll be a lot of this stuff, and you can ignore all this kind of thing. This is me being artsy-fartsy about it. You can go in here and be like, I don't want to deal with it, and just slap it all down on a perfectly level terrain. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay, so let's grab our path again. That's better. And moderately less cursed. Let's see, terrain style. Conforming, ground, suspended, automatic. There are people who play this all the time who can, like, very easily make it exactly how they want in a matter of seconds by just slapping down the buttons, because they'll know what they're doing. That's good. So yeah, so the sidewalk is not perfectly level and balanced, which I think is fair. Alright, so now what we need to do is I need to make the exit to the ride. So we'll need to go U, path, smallest you got, straight on down, nothing fancy. Okay, now I need to make our queues. So we've got our first queue. We'll have the fast pass queue. I wonder how the asphalt queue would look. Let's make it go just a little bit over so I could fit some decor between there. Maybe about that far. So that's the fast pass queue. And that's your normal queue. So I technically have a attraction here that's functional. We are going to give it some music. Sure. Oh, I forgot. Does this work now? No. It's fine. I probably have those files moved anyways. Okay, that's fine. Because you can upload your own sound files, or if you want this to have a certain thing to it. Now, what we can actually do is go in here, and change a number of things about this. So I can go into the ride itself, and as soon as I remember where we have the edit option, I can edit it. Oh yeah, we could change the different frame stuff. Slide sequence, fast, slow, medium. Add more steps. I have no idea how any of that works. I never realized you could sequence this ride. A lot of rides you could sequence. But yeah, so you could change the color scheme of it. I want to give it a far more... It looks like it's just drywall and concrete kind of thing. We're really trying to make the ride look cheap. There we go. It's just asphalt, cement, probably drywall, couple lights added here and there. It's gonna have its own music and all that. And not only that, we're gonna even take it a step farther. We're gonna give it dynamic pricing. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize they had this data here before. So it's saying the ride experience right now, it estimates to be worth $4.89 because we have free admission to the park. So, oh, that's cool. So it's even giving me like a recommended max price, min price for the dynamic pricing. Excellent. Yep, we are going to do that. We are going to have the priority pass that if someone has a priority pass, they get on the ride first. No questions asked. Doesn't matter if this line keeps filling up and they literally never get to board. We will have it so the people who get the priority pass get on there first. Because, you know, money. Now, before I add a bunch of scenery to that ride, let's get back to actually building our building. Because I just wanted to make sure I had at least one ride set up first. So I want to go into here and go to your edit mode, facilities. And I think what we're going to do is start building the scenery around this thing. So now I gotta decide what type of walls. We want to make this place look cheap. We got corrugated wall. That's a strong contender for just possibly cheap. The bamboo can look a little bit on the cheapy side. Stone block is fine. Red brick is fine. Cardboard wall. Oh, right, because they have, like, the toys thing. Because for the record, I did buy the most recent DLC, because I genuinely like this. It's only, like, 10, 12 bucks. So, again, not sponsored. Also, Frontier, down to be sponsored. Alright, so the gingerbread wall looks pretty cheap. It looks like poor quality stucco. I'm willing to bet if I can change the color of that wall to make it a little bit more of like a poured concrete look, I'm willing to bet I can make that that gingerbread stuff look pretty lousy. The metal alloy just looks clean. Modern wood genuinely looks nice. The blue water stuff would look nice. I mean, the plaster wall's kind of already there. The gingerbread just looks like crappy plaster. I'm thinking we're going with the gingerbread. So if we go here and go gingerbread. Alright. So we'll get our frame here. Even if it stays that way, it's fine there. Alright, so what we're going to do is immediately, we're going to start by just putting the wall here. Because one thing that'll make your parks look a lot nicer in this game is don't build what, you know, makes sense for, like, min-maxing the space and all that kind of stuff. Instead, build it as if behind here there was more stuff. Okay, so that'll be our information kiosk. You're not positioned correctly. This will be another one of our boosts there. And like a lot of times I'll make fake employee doors for like where the employees in theory go in here. So I've got those. So now in theory I should be able to go here. Yeah, so for the fake employee door, we can put that over here. And do you need the fake employee door? Nope, it is literally non-functional. But I haven't used these little kiosks here at any point, so I'd like to check to see all that. And in this game, it is actually important to very genuinely use a bunch of these things. So let's see what we've got here. So we got the guest services, that's the park entrance stuff. We've got the toilet. We want the generic guest services counter. Okay, so I guess this style counter actually has to be out in the world. So I wouldn't be doing it that way. That's fine. So we'll use the regular guest services thing like this. So yeah, so then you have just like a little booth there. That's fine. We've got our toilet. The changing room. We'll probably want to wait till we have a pool to have a changing room and then put it by there. So the food and the drink, I think we'll put on the other side. Is there anything else we need over here? We have food, drink, the power's another thing, and we have gifts. So we could add the gifts. And there's a whole range of stuff. Let's go ahead and get the umbrella stand. Oh. I need to adjust. Oh, that's right. They made it so you can make your own, like, full-on store. I'm trying to remember where you get the, umbrellas otherwise. Because these are all counters. So one of these will have umbrellas. I'm going to... It's not Hats Fantastic, not Just a Momentum, not Looney Balloons. It might literally be the information booth. Yeah, so get Hats Fantastic.
Hats Fantastic.
Oh, did you two not? One second, those two didn't get added to the grid. And the reason I want them added to the grid is that way if I decide to move this building later, they all will come as one giant thing. Okay, so we can go down here, back to the information booth. Okay, so with that, we've got all that set up. Now, we'll want to add a roof and everything to it, and go from there. So let's go back to the scenery tab. And for the record, part of the reason you're doing is all these will give you a little bit of a scenery bonus. And that scenery bonus makes people want to do stuff there more and all that. So it's kind of a helpful thing there. So I'm a little worried that the gingerbread roof will stand out as like very gingerbread house-esque. And not just look cheap. Alright, so we don't want to do the gingerbread house roof. Don't get in the trap of when you're playing this game to be like, oh, I did a whatever, I should keep that theme. Like, mix your themes up for one. Well, that's the tile decorations. That's pitched roofs. That's aged wood. Aged wood doesn't look that bad. Oh yeah, the corrugated steel. The corrugated steel looks pretty cheap. Okay. Those are easements and everything. We don't need that. I'm looking for... is like, they should have a... Oh, this is the angled parts. Yeah, so flat. Okay. So I guess it was like a nice little overhanging roof and all that. Yeah, no, it's definitely a fun game. So let's see if we've got on the gingerbread house stuff. Ah, it's not quite right. Which might actually kind of work for the... This looks like someone isn't really putting the effort into it. I think I can live with that. Because going with the aesthetic of like everything designed to look like it's cheap. We're going for like a solid B tier theme park here. Yeah, so we've got like the roof is just sitting on top. It's got a nice little gap in there. So we want to go back over to the angled roofs. Yeah, problem is that's too big. I was looking for one that's like a half step or whatever. Alright, so we do have a bathroom here, and again, making things have like certain stuff you'd expect on a real place can really make it look more authentic. So all I'm looking for is any type of not a full-on chimney or whatever. Like I want a really squatty looking chimney. Yeah, that'll work. Because you got a restroom here. And so restrooms are going to want to have a vent to get that stuff out, the smells. So we're just adding a little bit of like ventilation onto the restroom side to, you know, off-gas that. But I wanted something that looked nice and cheap, so I got kind of a bent-up pipe one. Alright, so now I want to go in here. I'm going to need some lights. We want cheap. So we got the aquatic lights. Those definitely look on the cheap side. A bamboo torch. A plain old fiberglass light and wall. I mean, the panels look expensive. I'm leaning towards like the steel like aqua lights or whatever. And usually when you start making your theme park, you'll start kind of fine and be like, all right, this is the light that fits this theme, and you'll just use that going forward. Okay, those are like more like your toy lights. Yeah, so I think I'm just gonna go over here. Huh. Oh, it's the snapping. Let's pop down here for this one. Gonna make it a dark gray. Yeah, so we could do here. So put a light there. Put it there. There. I don't know why it wants to spin there. It's fine. We got satellites here and here. There, so we got some lighting down there. We've got all that. And so that's going to be the beginning of the first building. Now let's go ahead and put a sign on this side, as we burned almost $1,000 on that building. So I want a banner first. Oh, where are those banners? I used to know where a lot of this stuff was really easily. Okay, so we're looking for... Yes, we got the restroom sign. There's the clothes changing, there's all that stuff. I'm looking more for... They had the little hanging signs. What are they naming these? Toilet. So let's check. Not sure exactly why you'd want to put the sign there that way. Got our themed signs. Yeah, I think that was the one that I'm the happiest with. How do you play with people on this game? So there is franchise mode. To be clear, I'm under the understanding you won't both be like on the same park at the same time. But you can have like people take turns working on the park. You can also be working on two different parks on the same company or whatever in different locations. That's my understanding. I haven't done much in the way of multiplayer because, frankly, don't care. But that's my understanding. I'm noticing like this really is happening. Align to surface, snap to position. There we go. We can put a little marker there saying like there's the restroom. We will want to have information. It's fine. We'll just leave that one there. All right. But I want to go here real fast because we can get ourselves a big old sign to put down here. You got this sign. We're not looking for that. I'm looking for one that will go on the wall plenty easy and look cheap. That one looks relatively cheap, but we want cheaper. Oh, here we go. That's the other one I was looking for. We'll go here, 50%. A little marker for the information there as well. Because, I mean, just because we're cheap doesn't mean we won't have our proper signage. We're not monsters. Actually, that one might work out pretty well. So change you to be lighter colors. That'd be the rod. Let's make that look like crappy, like cheap aluminum. Weird that it still has dark stripes on it. You might go with that. But as you can see, you can get like super into the weeds. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I can work with that. Give me a nice slab of messed up wood. All right. All sales are final. Or we'll just go no refunds. We're looking for just something that looks like crappily painted on there. All right, Rancho is looking pretty all right. Caveat Brush is looking even better. Yeah, I think Caveat Brush is what we're looking for. Can we scale that up? Or because he's open and you're already hammering it? Yep. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this and slide it on down. Oh, let's do that again. Duplicate this piece, slide it on down, hit OK, and go to you. Ride at your own risk. We're not liable. There we go. Cool, cool. So I've got the basics of our first building there. Little crappy corrugated building. And we'll finally unpause the game here in a minute. Now, I am going to need to go over here because we didn't get food or drinks or seating for food or drinks. So I got to get that sorted. So I'm going to make a matching building on this side. That will quickly do. So I believe... Yeah, and it'll take you a minute to figure out what you want to do. So I believe we can group select all of... it's fine. We'll just remake the building. Because I'm worried if I try and copy it over, I'll waste money. And as I mentioned earlier, we are in a situation where money is not a luxury we've got a lot of. So it's not going to be a perfect copy of the building anyways. So we're going to do exactly what we did with the last one, is I'm going to choose the stamp tool, sign, sandy path. All right. So I've got that. Actually, right, so it actually needs to be 3 wide. There we go. Okay, so now let's get our second building going. So we're going to start with the facilities. We need food. So we're going to start with the burger place. So we got our burger place over here. And then we're going to go ahead and do a little bit of a different style here. I'm also going to get the drinks place. And we are going to get drinks here. And I'll plan to be able to expand more food and drinks over there later. We're going to go back to our scenery again. We're going to go to the walls. And quickly get these all framed out. And for right now, we're just going to have that vacant. But that's so later on I can add more here. And then we're going to want to go to the roofs. That's the roofs, angled roofs. We got the corrugated. All right. Yeah, so we'll add seating and all that down here for our diners. Alright, so we need to go back to our wall segments. And just like last time, we realized we could use this here. Okay, and we're just going here really fast and just filling in these gaps. Because again, we do actually get rewarded for making scenery. Even if like the scenery doesn't make sense, that'd still be fine. And they don't have a thing where like your people walk up and say, well, clearly corrugated steel doesn't go with gingerbread. They don't do anything like that. We don't have that kind of stuff going on. And I'll do the same thing over here where we'll grab one of the segments of wall there. I'll plan that to be a fake door. That'd be like your employee entrance or whatever. Alright, so I do need the lights. And grab you. Let's turn back on the snapping. Alright, so now I also need some lights that are just standing around here. And apparently this light wouldn't even be that bad. So go ahead and plunk you down here. And you here. And you there. I'll put one right around here. Okay, so next I'm going to need park benches. I don't want the aquatic park benches. Those actually look nice. We want to find like Western rustic is looking pretty promising. We got Western picnic bench, so logs and wood that's a little beat up. We've got Viking. Viking actually looks decent, so we don't want that. The sorcery downright looks nice. Resort looks nice. Sci-fi looks nice. What about pirate? Pirate looks nice. Mythology looks nice. Yeah, so I think we're looking at the Western. Because again, we're going for that, you know, exposed rebar and general industrial cheap kind of design. That we are just an aggressive money grab kind of theme park. Alright, so we got a bunch of seating down there. And now we're also going to need trash cans. So we got a Western rustic trash can there. And there. So we're going to unselect the building. We also put them here and here. Now again, we're cheap and all that, but we're not monsters. We're going to provide people with actual seating. And what does a power distributor do? So basically with your power generator and power distributor, the generator makes it so there is power available on your grid. The distributor makes it available around it. So if you think about it like this, the power distributor makes the power, the power generator makes the power, the distributor puts the power where you want it. I'll be doing that here in a minute, because I'm going to need to tuck a distributor in this area in a second. So let's go, I'm going to need to go back to double-clicking this building, going to scenery, because I want a column for over here, because this looks a bit cursed. Let's see here, so construction, columns, and we just want a column. So the regular wood columns, I think the regular wood column looks pretty promising. So we can add those. Now, obviously, that spot right there looks a little cursed. So I could probably do... look for some type of wood block or something I could shove that in. Hide it. Scale you down. Alright, you're still too big. What I can do is we could switch you to advanced mode. And just shift you up just enough you're not poking through, so you're about a foot off the ground. So I know to get that one to about 0.9 as well. Okay. And then what we could do is take this from the bottom part instead of the top. You can go ahead and add a little bit of a base to it. All right. That one's promising. Okay. What the heck do you do about lightning risk? I don't actually know yet. That is a new mechanic they've just recently added. So I haven't had a chance to actually deal with it much. Alright, so that looks a little bit better. So we've got our lighting, we've got our picnic benches, we got all that. So the next thing I need to get the power distributor. So I'm going to go ahead and hide the power distributor inside this building. So we're going to go ahead and just do this. We'll go to facilities, power, and then distributor. Actually, you know what? I won't even hide it in the building. We're going to tuck it around the back. Okay, so here's where we get our thing. So if we look at this, I'm making power here. But you'll see there's no radius to this. But back here, I do have a radius. And that's because the power distributor makes the power available around it, whereas the power thing stuff, this genuinely makes the power available there. Available in general. So, unfortunately, that does make me realize I'm going to need 2 power distributors, which is not really what I was hoping to do. It's fine. Yeah, I'd say this game has more systems than Planet Zoo does. Okay, there we go. I'm going to make the power available right here. And that should help. So I'll go to facilities, power cable. That's a little bit of a bummer because that's just another thing they need to maintain. Alright, so all in all, we've got the very basics of a functional park. I've got food, drinks, I've got like the bathroom and all that. We got a little bit of seating, we got a bunch of that. We do have a ride. Now, because I opened a restroom, and that was one of the challenges, I got $2,000 which is good, because I'm sitting at 3.5. So we'll get another one if I make a second flat ride. So let's make a second flat ride before we open up anything, and then we'll decorate that with our money left, and we'll hope this all works out. So, needless to say, I only got 3,500, so we need to stay cheap. I was wondering if there was sorting by price. So 5,000, we've already got that. I believe that will require bathing suits. We have the boat. The boat is about 2,100. Yeah, we got a couple others that are cheaper, but this one's rectangular, which makes it a little bit easier to deal with. Wait, so how do you connect stuff with the power distributor stuff? Oh, here. So for that, if you go to facilities, one thing that might be confusing you is by default you're on blueprints, which will show you like the decorated ones. If you choose create custom, it'll show you them without the decorations. But then if you go under power, you've got like the distributor, the generator, and then you've got these things that say connect cable. And then when you connect cable, you'll get the thing. But that is one thing I wish they were clear about, is blueprints means you'll have like your building where it's all dolled up with decorations, versus I take this exact same building, I create custom. That exact same building, which is in here somewhere, that exact same building without the decorations look like that. But yeah, that's blueprints versus create custom. I do wish they started you on create custom, and then you would switch it to that. So with that, let's go ahead and go to our rides, and that also is the same way on the rides. If we choose blueprints, I can get like my fancied up version of a ride. Do you need to research them? No, so we'll go here, so go to facilities. Make sure where it says over here, that says blueprints, because that's to switch to blueprints. And then you click on the lightning bolt and the water drop. And when you click on that, you should see the power cables right there. So facilities, the lightning bolt, and just make sure. Yeah, this is one thing I wish, because you can go to the Frontier Workshop and download other people's design stuff where they made it all look nice, and they really want to encourage that. But it's weird that it defaults as that's the default option. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I really do wish it didn't default to that option. I wish it defaulted to create custom, and then you'd be like, oh, I would like to do a blueprint. And honestly, I don't even want it to be in this UI. I kind of wish it had its own dedicated UI of like, here's the blueprints, go paste them. Not to discourage people from using it, but just to kind of, you know, make it a little clearer what you're actually doing. So what we'll do is we'll raise that off the ground just a little bit and scooch it just a smidge over here. Oh, I can only put the entrances here and here. All right, so the entrance can only go on this side. I had not anticipated that. So let's put the entrance all the way over there. Put the exit here. And now before we do anything else, I'm going to go in here because again, we're going to be a pretty awful park. I am going to go ahead and add a fast pass lane, and we are going to turn on dynamic pricing, and we're going to have max of priority on the fast pass. Oh, no problem. We do what we can. Like, sometimes people ask questions that just, like, in the moment, you're just not in the right place to help them out. That does happen occasionally. But when I'm able to, I will absolutely help. Alright, so we've got that. So now let's go over here and get to our queues. And again, we're looking for that proper cheap look. All right. So how do I want to do this? Because that straight shot is probably too short of a queue. Okay. So that's the fast pass lane. And there's the regular lane. Cool. So I've got this. Let's go in here. And we can change the music. So... Sure, that works. That ride has This Is War as its music. Ah, I didn't set your music. That's what's happening here. You have to actually hit confirm. Alright, so... Now check on the other stuff we want to do. We have like different attendants and all that. We have all this. Okay, so this one doesn't have... Some of these rides you could like change the... Like what it does. This one looks like it's got its thing and it just does it. That's totally fine by me. Oh no, that's not true. Yeah, so we have like, you could change the sequence. This one, the only options are swing. So I'll just leave it on the default. Alright, so we've got our 2 rides here. We got about 1,400 bucks left. Let's make sure I have the minimum required staff to function. So let's go down to our staff stuff here. So we look at our staff. I don't have anyone yet. That'll automatically hire some people when we unpause. It should... Oh, I haven't opened the rides or anything yet. So I'll test that. Oh, they're not tested because they don't have power? Wait, you don't have power? Oh, don't tell me that's slightly out of the distributor range. Oh, no, wait, don't do that. What you need to do is edit the building, grab you. That shouldn't be part of the building. Yep, and that's just enough to get that ride in there. We can figure that out later. Okay, so with that, you have to test before I can run you. You can just open up immediately. We'll need to go into here and open up all of our stuff here. Synchronize the pricing all across the park. Synchronize the pricing all across the park. Synchronize the pricing all across the park. Now, one thing you can low-key do that a lot of people miss and the game's really bad about explaining is if you notice the little gear here when you're looking at your inventory, you can actually go in and say, I want to add ice to my drinks, and that will increase the price of every drink by 30 cents that people pay, and it costs you an extra $1.50 a day, but if you sell more than 5 drinks, who cares? And generally speaking, your guests will always like that. So some of these are like no-brainers that you just add in, you've just made the value of your product a bit better. Hey, wifey.
I love you.
I love you more.
You're the handsome boy.
You're the pretty girl. But like you see, those ones are like no-brainer. They're just a bonus. But like some of them won't have stuff you could do. Like you can't change all that. And you can like opt to have more stuff there. But then we have, where's an example? Then if we go over to say like the burger place. Oh, you need to actually be opened. And open you. But if we check out the burger place, for example, and you look at it, you'll notice these tags. what'll end up happening with this is you'll have like someone will come in and they'll be like, I don't eat meat. And this means if it's a meat item, they won't eat it. So you could sit there and add all of these, and they add all these tags, but you'll have some guests who can't have artificial ingredients, some guests who they don't want to have sugar, some guests who will specifically want to have sugar, some guests won't want to eat meat, dairy, and all that. Some guests can't have gluten. You get the idea here. So stuff like lettuce and tomatoes, those will be relatively safe. And again, if we don't have those, our base price is $8.50. If we add them both, it's $9.10, and that's $3 more per day. That's not $3 more per burger. So you get the idea. So you have extra daily cost of $3 to add lettuce and tomato onto our base burger, and that adds plants category. I don't think there's anyone who is against plants, but yeah, stuff like the extra cheese and that kind of stuff. That's what you have to go in there. So yeah, so with the cheeseburger, we can go ahead and add the extra cheese. And again, it means you'll set up more per burger. We're gonna go ahead and get all of our burgers to be like the nicer burgers. There is no vegetarian burger option here. Because it's just the burger has always got meat on it. But you can get vegetarian-friendly food, and you will end up needing to do a little bit as you get more and more guests. You'll have some guests who are like, there's no food that I like, or whatever. So with that, we do need to build and set to open. Alright. Is that just gonna loop that music? Well, right. It's just, by the game mechanics, all your burgers come with a burger patty on it. It's just, that's what things is we would open up another restaurant that's got vegetarian food. Okay, so now that things are actually opening. Okay, so those are both open. So now I got a pair of rides, and they'll give me a little bit of money for that. So rides have no theming on them. So before we actually let guests get over here. Yeah, and I think the lightning strike risk, I think that's based on like how much stuff you've got around and how tall it is relative to everything else. I don't know. Because I've definitely seen stuff that's way higher. Yeah, so you see if this says scenery bonus 4%. It's basically saying I got a tiny little bit of scenery coming from this. And otherwise the whole thing looks like hot garbage. Scenery bonus is kind of a big thing in this game. It's worth dealing with. And so what we'll do here is we will edit this ride. We can attach scenery to the ride. And that kind of helps because what'll end up happening is then when people walk up to, we can move the ride as like one big unit and all that. So again, we're going to look for kind of, not necessarily like the nicest looking walls or anything like that. We're looking for cheap. Yeah, I'll use the bamboo walls. Those will probably work. So I'll go here and go bamboo. And probably make the resort trim work. The problem is the way it wants to attach these. You can make all this work, I'm just deciding which way I want to deal with it. So I can add the resort trim and just put like that along the outside. So what we'll do is we'll start with this. So choose advanced move. Up this in the air for a minute, switch to rotation. Switch to rotation, so we'll move it about 90 degrees this way. And rotate it this way. And it takes a little finagling to get it where you want it. We can add random rotation off, random scale off, snap rotation at the 5 degrees. There, that way we got it kind of locked in. So now what it'll do is I'll shift that slightly over so it's not merging in. So that one's good. We hit OK. So now I could use that, and that's a duplicate move. And that one's OK. And you could use it where you like shift-click duplicate mode to make it a little bit less of a hassle. Alright, so I think we'll do here is shift-click, okay, shift-click, now grab U to rotate. Okay. Shift click you over here. Switch to. I'm doing this the wrong way. Luckily, you can redo stuff easy. Alright. And the fortunate news is a lot of that kind of stuff, it doesn't cause you a bunch of issues. So what I'm doing right now is I'm putting a little border around the outside of this. All of this will count as scenery. And boost the scenery score. Okay, and we can go over here to you. As you probably noticed, I keep using shift as my means of creating copies. And you can group select and all that. Which is not a bad idea. I keep grabbing the wrong cursor there, and that's me being rusty. I used to be able to do this like super fast. So grab U, the advanced move, not the other one. And actually for this one, we're gonna have this not quite straight. Okay. And what'll end up happening later is after I get these first few rides, we'll keep the park open while I'm working on future rides. That way, you know, we're slowly gaining money, that kind of nonsense. Okay, so I've got this like border filled in here. So now if we were to stop right there and choose done, and we'll get more of a bonus. Right now it's not much, but you'll notice how the blue area is going out a little bit farther. It really does kind of boil down to the number of decorations. I'm going to put this on like running slowly. Before we get too far, I want to see if I can go to this ride and make it stop playing that music in my ear. I want it to play all the music. Like right now it's just playing there. I chose to play and stop playing. Alright. So what I want to do now is I should have hired people for all my stuff. So we look at our list of stats. I got 2 people working on that. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to cut their pay across the board. We will need a mechanic, and we will need a janitor. For the record, our employees are going to get mad at us and quit after a while by cutting their pay. But we are playing in the hard economy and all that. So we are going to go in here and underpay the crap out of them. And just get away with what we can. And we'll fix their pay as they get upset. And basically just try and do the best we can with all that. So also, things we should probably do here as well. Scenery. Benches. Put a couple benches over here so people can sit down. Because again, we may nickel and dime our customers to unethical levels. But we're not modern US theme parks where you will not find seating literally anywhere. We will give you shade. We will give you readily available trash cans, and we will give you seating. We are at least ADA compliant. Alright, we'll want to get lights added as well. Alright, so let's see what we got for our standing lights here. Truth though? Oh yeah, no, it is something I genuinely complain about a lot when I go to the theme park kind of thing. It's just the sheer amount of theme parks that are just like, look man, I just want to sit down. I've been running around doing stuff all day. I just want a seat. So Tiki Torch is relatively cheap looking. You're currently working on a Trans-Siberian Orchestra park for Christmas. Neat. Fireflies in a jar pole? Okay, hang on. I know that's supposed to be like fantasy theme. I actually kind of like that one. For again, we're going for like a park that looks, you know, really cheaply made. So while this is like, you know, again, supposed to be leaning in fantasy, a jar full of fireflies feels like a fairly cheap solution to lighting. Why are you not duplicating like I want you to? Okay, and we'll duplicate that and move one to the other side. We need to rotate you to face the other way. All right. Oh, I don't have that rotated correctly. And you could do stuff to grid this out a lot more. So, like, where some of my lights aren't quite where they should be relative to each other, you can clean that up. It's also those things that you could do whenever you want. Okay, so got some fireflies in a jar over there. So the fireflies unionize. Oh, luckily we have like just gas in the room with them. So if the fireflies ever get uppity, we make sure that's not a prolonged problem. We make sure they live in constant fear. All right. And also make sure to have lighting for all these. I wonder if the fireflies in a jar are even going to make enough light to see anything. Because it's not nighttime, so we don't really know. Alright. Okay, and I know there's shortcut keys for all this that I just don't remember, so rather than fight trying to remember them all. I'm taking the option of just going for it. Okay, we can put one over there by a trash can. Okay, so we got ourselves some nice stuff there. So now if we check on the decor rating, so scenery bonus is now up to 61%. And that is going to make more people willing to ride on that. So we're going to go ahead and see these ticket prices change, because I do have it set up so the prices will vary based on the popularity of the ride and all that. So like as the line gets longer, they'll jack the price up. Alright, so meanwhile, we can go here, attach scenery, grab you, duplicate you over. There we go. You need benches? Yes. In this game, if you don't have benches, your people will complain. You also need sunscreen. And you can do stuff to adjust things up and down that if you're like, hey man, I actually don't like that mechanic. They do give you a lot of control. You can't completely disable things. What type of benches? I can show you that in just a second. Let me finish what I'm working on right now for 2 seconds, just because otherwise I'm going to pop back in and out of menus. So let me wait till I'm not putting down the bamboo things. It is under scenery. I gotta remember where it is under scenery. It's one of the subcategories of scenery. There'll be a picture of like a park bench, a light post, and a trash can. And it is a subcategory under there. Also, don't be afraid to use the search in the game when you go to like the scenery tab. You'll see at the top where you can search. You can just kind of be like show all scenery, and then, you know, type in whatever it is. You'll find I end up having to do that a lot, especially like if I'm going, oh, I want to make this the whatever theme, then I'll end up just looking for the theme category. But one thing to help you get yourself like stuff that looks good, don't be afraid to use stuff for when making scenery for stuff counter to what it describes. You can use, all right, because I just Actually, I broke myself out. Yeah, so we go scenery, and on the very bottom here, you'll see paths extras, and you click there. And it's under here, but you could go down to the benches on the very bottom. You'll have benches. You'll also have trash cans are right above them. The picnic tables and that, this is for like your restaurants and dining places. And then you will want to give shaded areas for your guests. And that's also under here for getting the things for shade. You can also, if you put overhanging walls and all that, it does count as shade as well. The game's pretty good at counting most things that make the sunlight not hit the ground as shade. It's not perfect, but it does quite a bit. Okay, so we want to go here, duplicate. Okay, so what I'm trying to do right now is mostly enclose the bottom of the ride, because it's just raised up off the ground. And this is how we're hiding it. And this is kind of a budget way of hiding it so far as like not very aesthetically pleasing. But it is the thing that we're like deliberately trying to make the ride look cheap. It's an aesthetic I'm going for in this particular run. Oh, I didn't duplicate move it, I just moved it. Alright. But you don't need to do what I'm doing. Like, you can go through and just plop down some decorations real fast. And that's good enough. You don't need to take the time to, like, you know, make it clean up and look nice. This is part of the thing, like, it's kind of good for me and the content creation side of things to do this type of thing. Because especially with being on a harder economy in a Tycoon-style game, there's a lot of time you end up doing a bunch of waiting for, like, the money to come in kind of stuff. And this is a good thing you can use filler, because even though the scenery does cost money, it's pretty cheap. Like, each one of these panels is, what, like $5? So when you're dealing in the thousands for rides, the decorating an entire ride is going to be similar in price. Alright, let's actually adjust this a little bit. We can make this work. The reason I did that is now I can grab you. I'll probably square it off, I think is the way I'll deal with this. I don't think I can make this panel work where we can hide both of it. Now, I have a couple of options I could do with this. I could go here to scale and increase the size of the corner piece. Not loving that. I believe the information shop sells the sunscreen. That's a fairly new thing they added. Not this last update, but like the major update before that is when that got added. And then in this update, they made it so, like, during the summer, they need more of it. During the winter, they need less of it. Alright, so we want something to fill in those gaps. That's no problem. So again, we're going to go here. We're going to add objects to the scenery. And we should be able to go down here and find something in there. Let's check the columns. Do you have the randomized rotation and all that? No. Cool. Oh, come on. I did that to myself. I keep not confirming my changes. And all of this stuff has shortcut keys if you memorize them. Okay. The guy kind of does this weird faux wood blocking the base kind of thing. Now I got you. One thing you should try doing, don't start in like the sandbox mode. Start in the campaign. Start the career mode. It'll walk you through a lot of this stuff. Because they'll start off with the earlier ones that mechanics are thing. Because you jump into like the sandbox mode or the challenge mode or whatever, there's just a lot going on right away that, you know, it's just going to take you time to figure out. If you're jumping in directly into like the sandbox or challenge mode, you're jumping into the deep end of the pool. Let's go rotate you that way. We're gonna make really, really cheap sun protection. I want this to be just above that so it can look like it's sitting on top. Yeah, and if it's not for you, it's not for you as well. But sun protection only if you happen to be on the correct side of the path. Actually, you know what? We can make that full sun protection. Then we'll do is we'll add columns to this side. But only for the people who pay extra. All of you in the cheap line, you don't get to have nice shade. All right, so we can go to the columns again. We have, where's this one? This is the bamboo. We can go bamboo. Get this style and this style. So go here to this, and we can scale you down. That you're about the right height. Need to scooch you. No, that's not the way I wanted to move you. Scooch you this way just a little and this way just a little. They're slightly less than perfectly balanced. Will they give you a bit of freedom for customization? Oh yeah. No, and they'll let you do stuff that is completely unreasonable. Like you could do some absolutely cursed things in this game. Without question. There we go. We got ourselves like a little crappy overhang here. Got that all framed in and all that. Now, the next thing I want to do is let's try and clean this up a little bit here. We're going to want to get another ride going, though, soon. So you want me to build another 2 flat rides, and you want me to build a pool with at least change room. Let's game it out, plays a lot? Yeah. And 100% falls in the Did you want something cursed? We can deliver. Alright, so we should go here. Instead of changing the terrain in any way, we want to paint the grass. How does compact dirt look? That just looks like sand. Gravel. Alright, we're getting there. Rock. Auto paint. Moss. Okay, moss is looking pretty good. Mud. Just make the whole place just a mud pit. It's way too shiny, though. Rough rock. I don't believe this really costs us anything. So I want to go and get this all sorted later. Yeah, I want to change the train up later. Okay, so one of the things I want to do now is before we get too far, because I will forget. Let's go and smooth out the edges of this. Make this a little less cursed over here. Because we raised that just to make all that work for us. Oh, you're in the sky, because of course you are. So what I want to do... I want to grab this individual distributor. So let's edit the building, grab you. There. That doesn't change anything functionally, but it makes me feel better. Okay, so we got all that. We'll leave it on auto. We'll leave it on the auto train for a moment. So let's grab that. Let's repaint this to being... Oh, here, actually. We'll put it on auto for right now, but we'll wanna go and clean that up a bit more. So we'll also we'll want to add more decorations to these lines. We'll worry about that in a minute. So I've also got this right over here. And so right now it's only got a 13% bonus to the aesthetics. But like the other one, you notice it's slightly raised off the ground. This one's not raised that much. It actually looks pretty okay as is. But there's definitely well things with these. So just like the other one, we're going to go pop over here. We're going to attach scenery to it. We're going to go for a different style than the other one. So we had the bamboo, well, we had the other thing there. Let's see. Stick to surface turned off. Snap position off. I don't want to do it that way. Alright, we're going to take this a little bit different. So it's add objects. Yeah, because we had the resort one. We got the brick. Now, as I mentioned before, you don't need to use, where something is wall, you don't have to use that. You can use other things too. So if you've got something else in here, say I wanted to use these, I could make these into a wall that I could grab, a set of those, put them side by side, then grab them and bring them across. That's certainly an option. I'm just trying to decide what I want to use for this one. I could use these rocks. Okay, so we'll do this. Random scale, random rotation. Oh, don't angle snap these. What are you snapping to? You know, I don't know why it's snapping way back there when I'm trying to position it. No, it's still doing it. Let's see. Okay, so right now I'm looking at the same rock again and again. Oh, right. You can use stuff like shift to move it around as well. And that's the reason why I'm spacing these out a bunch. Is I'm going to go in with different rocks in a minute. Okay. So you notice what I'm kind of doing here is I'm hiding the ground and a bunch of the terrain by just filling it up with rocks. That's just because for this spot I'm leaning towards the idea that it's just going to be like dug in here. And the game is also very forgiving about stuff clipping through things and that kind of stuff. You don't have to like sweat it too much. Like, a lot of your rides will just straight up clip through things without a problem. There is some stuff that's, like, physics-enabled, where if you collide with it, it'll cause issues. But, like, random scenery is usually not one of them. Choose a different rock just to keep mixing it up. Okay, so those are smaller ones. So use those as like filler in some of these narrower areas that are going to be harder to work with. Okay. You know, these were huge, unfortunately. You don't get what... There's something causing it to snap, and I'm not really sure what it is. But it's only snapping to certain spots. Okay. I believe there's a way I can remove the rails from the path. We could do that once I get a bunch of the stone in here. Because then the stone can be treated as if it is the boundary. Okay, so for right now, this'll do. Obviously, we'll want to make it not just, like, abruptly end at the edge there. One thing I could possibly do... Start building a little rock face here. All right. There's some reasons I'm also happy none of this is like physics enabled or whatever. It's just trying to build these, like, you know, overhead things like this and all that. If you're trying to do that with, like, a physics-enabled game, it's just an impossibility. We don't have to get all of this done right now or anything like that. I'm gonna need to get another ride going soon. I don't think we're yet profitable. But I'm feeling pretty good that... At least getting there. All right. There's also be a situation where it'd be worth it to potentially pull the terrain up over it. I'm not going to do that right now, though. Okay, so right now, obviously, there's still spots that don't look very good. Like, some of it just needs more rock to do that. But you get the idea here where you can just put in time to make your decorations and all that. Yes, I wonder, I believe there's a tool with the paths I can go in here. So done with that. I believe I can go to the paths. We can paint the paths. And we can make it a queue path. And we can go to the railings off. Oh, I was trying to remember. There's a way you can update the existing path. Yeah, there we go. Alright, let's see what else we could do here. So, railing off. No benches. Add foundation. Add curbs. So just gonna go both sides here. We're gonna delete all the railings. And then we would last but not least go in here to painting. Let's get that rough stone. Make that way smaller. Make that darker. It's just to hide the grass that's underneath the rocks. Doesn't work too well because the hard stone is just gray stone versus all the rock I'm placing is purple. We can get that sorted. Alright, so that's at least the start of something. So now if we check in this, it's got a decor rating of 92. You have a decor rating of 98. That's pretty solid. We can put a sign up over it. I just noticed there's a gap underneath that. We're just going to pretend that's not a problem right now. So we're not doing too great. We only got 80 guests, and our money is going down quick. So let's pause for a moment. We're getting pretty close to being able to hit a park rating of 1, which will give me an extra 2,000. I would love to add 2 rides. I don't think we can add 2 rides for that amount of money. And over time, these rides will start to decay, and people lose interest in them and that kind of thing. So that'll be a whole thing. So if we're trying to add another flat ride, well, let's see what it would cost me to add a pool to the park, because we could add a pool right up here. So for the pool to be possible, we need the facilities. I would need to add a changing room, which is only $100. And so honestly, the changing room, a good place for that would be to go into this area. We will delete that light and delete this here. Go to facilities. We can add a changing room right here. Cool. I can grab you and duplicate you in there. Alright, so that's the changing room. And the question is, can I build a pool for $2,500 that isn't awful? So we're going to go ahead and flatten terrain again. Let's make you larger. Okay, so pools. So we want to create a custom pool. I don't want to use the one they've got. I generally like drawing the pool. Oh, we could do path or infinity. So path means it's just automatically a walkable path. Infinity means I can then go through and add my own paths. I will add a path. Yeah, I'll make it a swimming pool. We'll add basic lining up there. Curve it. $14,000. All right, we're not doing that. All right, so turn that off right now. So it's not costing me money. Okay, so the answer is we're not getting a pool right now. It is way outside my means. All right, so we are going to try to add another ride and try and make this happen. I got about $2,500 to my name, so that's not a lot of money for another attraction. The airdrop we can afford. The buoyancy we can afford. The airdrop has a bit more intensity than our other two ones, so we could add the airdrop. I don't really love the round ride bases. I find them much harder to work with so far as lines and all that. They're fine. Okay, so we've got the regular entrance. We'll put the regular entrance back over here. The exit right there. Before we get too far, we're going to enable the fast pass. That's not where I wanted to put it. So I'll do this. We'll enable it again. I'll put it like right here on the side. Okay, so we've got the fast pass over there. We'll add dynamic pricing. And we'll have high priority on the fast pass. And you are going to get your own music as well. Let's see, spend 2 hours shopping and exploring Baldur's Gate 3 only for the game to crash because one of your party members couldn't jump the gap to follow the rest of the path and craft itself. Time to repeat all that. Wait. Sure. Oh, wait. I've learned my lesson to play and pause the music. Okay, so we'll do a fake out and drop. And then a hold high and drop. And then a fake out and drop. Okay. So add sequence to it and all that, that's fine. Oh, I didn't change any of your color scheming. We should probably do that really fast. So for you, your color scheming... to match that, let's get rid of the blue here and make it more of that purple. Switch you to more of that purple. Switch you to the purple. Yeah, sure, why not? You will be kind of the lighter shade of purple. Man, that jump in brightness is considerable. But where is... There you are. Cool. Oh, I see. Carriage area. Confirm. Carriage area 2. Make it a deep gray. Carriage area 1. So that's the ends of it. We're going to make him that lighter purple. Okay. That way it like fits the theming there. We made that all grayed out. Okay, so we can go to you and get your color scheme set up. I can live with fire. We got turtles down there. Yeah, so then for the base here, I don't know what part of the frame I'm changing right now. Oh, I see. That's fine. So we got a whole fire thing going on here. The carriage pods, those will probably want to be red. The cap. Sure. All right. I think that's good for coloring. Cool. So now we need to actually get our paths set up. So the first thing we need to do is undo what I just did there, because that wasn't intentional. All right, so let's go to our paths. So the first thing I need to do is we don't want to rail on these current paths. I am going to want to go to the style here. This is for a regular path. We want to make that the asphalt again. Go to you. Stamp the second size. Cool. And now we'll need to make our actual path here. Change your style to the wood slat. Make sure... Yep, you are the thin one. So there's our exit to the ride. Easy peasy. Now we're going to want to grab our queue. Switch to that. Make sure we're not looking at a ridiculous width or anything. And this one for right now, we will add the rails. We got metal, wooden beam. Okay, and this is our fast pass entrance. We want that to basically attach almost straight on over. Cool. And this is our longer... our longer one. You're gonna maybe a curved path. Okay, and that's your regular line. Okay, you'll have to be tested. Alright, we unpause again. And while that's being tested, we got more decorations to add. Make sure we got seating all over the place and all that kind of stuff. Oh, it's turned on the random again. Cool. Now I grab one to the other side of the walkway. I'm a little concerned that those aren't actually attached. that these paths aren't connected here, because I don't think those are attached. I think we're having like a weird seam here. Yeah, they're not attached to each other. Can I? Oh, don't do that. So I'm gonna have to delete these sections of paths here to fix that. I'm going to try... switch you back over to... it's just sliding it along. What I might be able to do with that, though, is take that one out, switch you to the line, give you the full width. Oh, nope, you're 8. And now they're connected. There we go. No staff available to handle the helter-skelter. Well, if I bring more staff in, I have to pay them more. So you're now done. You can be opened. Cool. So you're getting this all set up over here. So that's good news. So we got this one all kind of themed up. This one's got like some rough theming. We'll get something going on with all this. And so we can figure out where we're going with all this. So the good news is that we're at 0.8 stars. Yeah, and I do have staff members, so I don't have any spare staff. And that is a very painful thing. But staff are also one of your primary expenses. Alright, and also, get your low pay in here. Yeah, so it's 36 per day, or hourly or whatever, for a ride attendant. I think we'll just... I'm gonna have to have a spare, so I need one vendor to spare, and one ride attendant to spare. So let's immediately go into our staff stuff real quick. And cut their pay. We're trying to do our best to keep ourselves monetarily surviving. Because right now we are not doing great. If we check on our target profit, we do have an increased income, and we do have a loss from construction. Yeah, so our lifetime... yeah, our lifetime, it's basically... yeah, so in theory, we should be turning a profit here. Doesn't feel like it, though, because that number definitely feels like it's going down. But that is. And we can take a loan in a need, but then we have to pay our loan, which is a whole separate animal. Alright. So meanwhile, your scenery rating is actually 27%, mostly because the other attractions nearby, they will help each other out. There is actually bonuses in the game if the attractions are able to like see each other, that kind of thing. So if I have a roller coaster that like corkscrews around this, it'll benefit both rides. Yeah, so we got kind of this facade we started building on this one. Alright, I'm kind of leaning towards this one, doing something a little different. Because terrain manipulation is free. And I like free. Free is a great price. I want to make it seem like the ride is carved down into the ground here. Then we're going to roughen the crap out of this once we do. So that way it's kind of like you're erupting out of a volcano kind of vibe to it. Now I have to do some stuff to make it not look so cursed along this side. Okay. Alright, so again, we're gonna have to, like, do a little bit to make it look a little bit more natural. Probably eventually want to add a bunch of rocks to the area, just broadly speaking. Definitely see, like, we could tie the two hills together. Alright. Okay, so I can also see as time goes on, I could have the next ride down here and have this just kind of wrap over the pipe in a little bit. I'm going to wait to do that until we have the other one set up. All right. I want to be just out of reach of the ride. Okay, so you're clipping slightly here. You can go in a little bit more there. Alright, so let's... You're clipping slightly there. And again, that doesn't functionally do anything. So now I want to just make it craggy up here. Okay, I think I've... Okay, let's paint the top of that. To be the rough rock, because it's a little weird having all the green up there. See the moss, maybe. Nah. So now that doesn't actually add any aesthetic bonus. That's just setup. Because then, you know, we have, like, the paths going in here. We can toss some lights on it and all that. It's going to be a little bit tricky to do. So I can go to the scenery here. We're going to add some lights. So we're going to try and get a couple of lights here that are hopefully more volcano-esque. Like open flame kind of lights. Yeah, those are not going to sit nice. You could use the wall ones, maybe. That's the ceiling. You can use the wall ones. Okay. All right. Alright, so we got ourselves, like, a little bit of a setup here. Alright, so now we need, like, actual meaningful scenery on this, so we're up to 20%. We're gonna need actual scenery for the ride itself. Now, in this case, I'm not gonna place it on the ride, it's gonna be just near the ride. So we can probably go over here. There are special effects we could do, so we could do some fire dispensers. That's like a rocket. Definitely a lot more in the area of, like, you can add smoke, yes. Like, you can do lasers, you can do glitter, you can't really see that one. We got, like, flamethrower kind of things. But there's also smoke. Explosions. There's apparently cartoon fire. Event sequencer. Scenery score 600 trigger. What I might be able to do is go on to you real fast and add scenery here. I'm wondering with the special effects. It's got environment, smoke. On trigger only. So I'm hoping we can do is I can have that trigger where when they all go up, like, we just see a big eruption of flame. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm gonna have to not do that. I don't have the money. I literally ran out of money there. This is bad. So I don't have nearly enough stuff to add the scenery I need to add to this. Alright. What I got going on here, so I have 0.79 towards getting an R2000. I get an R2000, I get one more flat ride. and I get another point or another 2,000 if I can make a pool, but the pool was like 14,000 was looking at. So there's all that. Scenery, special effects. That's mist. Season stuff, flowers, snow. Dirt. Little puffs of smoke. Okay, 35% scenery. And we're technically in the negatives in money. So then the question goes, park profit. So in theory, I am profitable. I just have a bunch of money that's tied up in park construction, all that I've overspent. In theory, we're profitable. I'm going to let that run for a minute and see how it goes. Meanwhile, let's see what our actual guest comments are. Because I have not been paying attention to my guests at all, because why would I talk to these people? So the ride is so fun, the ride is so fun. The park is free entry. The queue is relatively quick. Upswing has cheap tickets. Well, now. Upswing has cheap tickets? That will not do. Let's go over here. You know what? I mean, but it's automatically setting it. I do much prefer where you can have it like automatically set the prices and adjust. Because what should happen is the price should gradually climb as the lines get longer. That's what dynamic pricing is all about, is gouging people as much as possible. I mean, adjusting the price based on demand. What I need is just alarmingly more guests. Alright, so let's check out what our actual complaints are. Negative thoughts. There is nothing I can eat. Everything contains that thing. There is nothing I can drink. Everything contains that thing. Okay. So let's look over at our food and drink options. You got your drink and you got your burger. Yeah, but it doesn't tell me what. So I got 7 people who their hunger is not met. And you need a toilet, just go use a toilet. There's a toilet. Alright, toilet is open, right? Yeah, toilet is open. We're charging $1 for it. Alright, so if we look at our drinks, all of the drinks here are artificial and sugary. If we look at our food here, all of our food here has meat. So what I can probably do is a stopgap. I'm gonna have to take a loan. Loans. Add loan. Take out 5,000. I don't want to. This means I'm gonna be dealing with all that. So what I can do is kind of a stopgap. Is we can go in here and see what we could do with vending machines. We're looking for ones that are not sugary and not artificial. Sugary artificial, sugary artificial. Dairy and coffee would be an exception. Sugary artificial, sugary artificial, artificial. Okay, so looking at our drink. So right now the thing we have is we have the gulpy soda. So it's caffeine, sugary, and artificial. Not all of them are sugary. Not all of them are caffeine. So the Love Latte would give me some that don't fall in there. I really am concerned about opening up another thing here, but the problem is the vending machine things, I just don't get the choice. Now, let's look at food as it said, because this one, everything here has meat. So we can probably get away without... We get the Viva la Vegan. That should give us plenty of options at work. So I can add 2 more restaurants here. I'm a little concerned about this with the number of guests we've got. But my fear is if I don't get food that everyone can eat, that's going to hurt me more than the other stuff. So let's go here to facilities. So Viva la Vegan. And then the coffee place. That should be no matter what your dietary limitations are. You should be able to find stuff. So we can add cocoa powder, 5-spice, allspice, cinnamon, cumin, extra shot of espresso. So we are up in the price. Limited edition beans. Oh yeah, so we're gonna make all of our coffee is going to be bougie as all get out. So we can absolutely just demolish the price on this. Because none of those add any extra tags there, so no one will complain about it having these things. Cool. So done on that one. Meanwhile, we can check you. So we've got a wheat roll. So we can add guacamole, which adds fruit. We'll leave the regular burrito to be as simple as possible. Okay, so that'll make it so we have that. The corn, yeah, we'll leave. It's fine. We'll leave it at that. A synchronize between every place, and prices synchronize every place. Okay. So with that, now everyone should be able to get food and drink. Now I did give myself a loan of 5,000 bucks. So we want to look in here to see what I can knock out really fast to hopefully get that. We can build another flat ride, and getting that next flat ride will give us the $2,000 there. So let's go ahead and get that going. So I've got not a lot of money to work with. And I already have kind of a pretty good range of rides so far as excitement and all that. We got the teacups, which is always a classic. I mean, I could add the wave sim. That might require the pool pass and everything just to function. I'm a little concerned with the waves, because this is a new ride, the wave sim. It's got a very low nausea, a very low fear factor, really high excitement. And we do have a changing room they could probably use to accommodate this. I can put it back here so I can have that like cave go down here and make that all happen. Because the question is, would opening that changing room add another expense? It's a I'm going to do it because it's a relatively cheap ride so far as its cost to operate. So I have the normal entrance be over here. The X will be front and center. And before we do more, there is going to be a fast pass enabled. It's going to be over there. And we are going to add dynamic pricing. Ha! Alright, hang on. We're going to charge $26 for admission? Okay. How long is the ride? Change the music. We added some of the tropical music. Ride sequence, 30 seconds. Excellent. Perfect. We're going to ride it for 30 seconds for $26 per ride. Now we're talking. Okay, so with that, we're going to need to go in here. We will start with the exit. And we do have snapping turned on. Alright, so now we need to add the queues. This is the normal queue. Then this is the fast pass queue. All right. Oh, wait, no. I'm hoping just inch you across here. So we'll just try and make this like another little cove spot. But this will be kind of where the bottom of the hill is. Now it's approaching the... Oh no, I still got a bit more map down that way. Oh, you're out of power range again. Which would mean another power distributor, which I'm not loving the idea of having to deal with, but that's okay. You can make this side much higher than the other side, that's fine. This will also provide shade and shelter and all that for when we have bad weather. There we go. Cool. Let's go to like a little overhang area here. Alright. So slowly but surely we're like filling in the area, making it a little bit less just open whatever. I'll probably want to add like plants and all that there eventually. We'll deal with that. I could also see eventually expanding this mountain area to fill up over this area too. At least the front entrance, but we'll worry about that later. Yeah, kind of leaning towards this being some kind of like little cove looking thing. So not the whole way back, but just... Yeah, I'll be fine for now. Alright, so we've got that. You're all set up. You don't have power, which is a problem. I got this distributor here, and the good news is your distributors fortunately never need to be like re-upped or anything like that. Oh, don't do that. That's not all what I want. They never need to be like re-upped. You can just plunk them down. They don't require maintenance. Your power generators require maintenance though. So we can literally just kind of go over here, have no access to anything, plug it in, and that's fine. I don't want it in the sky, though. Alright. Let's go to our list of staff. So that gives me my influx of 2,000 bucks. Our park rating is now up to 0.297. We're going to take our new staff member here, and we're going to immediately cut their pay. And we're going to cut the pay of our new vendors and all that. All of them are going to eventually get mad and quit. But, you know, we're struggling here. And someone has to pay. And it's the people who are going to pay are going to be my staff. Alright, so let's go in here and start adding some scenery while we got the money. So we go here, get our wall lights. And this one I'm thinking something more in the lines of like tiki torches, that kind of thing. Do I not have like little wall tikis? Okay, let's check here. Because there's like a little tiki thing we can get here. Scale that down a bit. What I'm actually trying to do is put it on the rail. Okay, so let's see how this works. Because we can go ahead and just poke it through into the rail here. So we have some nice fire, perfectly in reach of all the children. Okay. Alright, so just one more should do it. Then you go way over here to this side. So I'm curious, with just that ride, if people buy like the pool pass and use the changing room. I don't have the changing room open. I don't think they can actually do this ride yet. We need to fix that right away. Okay. Then meanwhile... There we go. Cool. So let's go over here and get our changing room opened. The generator is in poor condition. Okay, changing room is opened. Alright, so that's concerning. Generator's in poor condition. So call the mechanic to service that generator right away. If the generator starts cutting out, we're going to have a bad time. Especially considering I only have 4 spare power available. Alright. So we got ourselves another ride open. So it's looking pretty lovely so far. Got ourselves this kind of cool mountainscape going on right now. Alright, so let's check to see what other things I have. So, in 0.03 higher park rating, 0.02, again, our 2,000 bucks, they want me to make a pool and they want me to build a roller coaster. Which would be good because a roller coaster is a big money draw. The problem is you need the money to build the roller coaster in the first place. So because we are playing on like really sweaty try-hard economy settings, we are struggling to make money happen. We are currently in debt. Which we will slowly pay off the debt based on the interest rate, and they will take a cut of our sales. People think Upswing is cheap. Let's go ahead and say the minimum price here. We're going to jump at 50 cents. And then the maximum price here, we're going to jump at $1. You're welcome, guests. You brought it on yourself. Never, ever think about things not being expensive. Airdrop 1 is so expensive. But are people riding it? That's the question. So the minimum pricing, I'll take that down 30 cents. All right. Okay, and to help with this scenery a little bit, just gonna have a little bit of an overhang here, but not the full on. We're not gonna keep going past there. I think that's good enough. Okay, so we got some mountainous terrain to kind of tuck the distributor in there. And then what you probably want to do here is add some trees and other nonsense to this, some random rocks, some stuff to hide just the regular texture. Same over here, we could probably go and, again, rough this out a little bit more. Partly make it asymmetrical kind of stuff. All right. So let's check in some of the things. We're at 34% scenery, we're at 100% scenery, we're at 94% scenery, and we're at 41% scenery. We need more scenery on these two. I'm just concerned about the money side of things. We should get the scenery because that'll boost a lot of stuff. So let's see about what we can do for scenery up here. We can probably go through and help a couple things at the same time. We can grab some trees. And we live in temperate. And just like that, a bunch of money is gone. Tempered small plants. I'm deliberately trying to not put them up here as much as possible. I do see a couple of these got badly positioned. So that burnt a lot of money all at once. Okay. So we need some stuff for right here. Let's go back to our scenery here. We can check on nature. We can check on rocks. We got some vaguely orange desert-looking rocks. Got some dark green rocks. We got some more marble ones. We get random crystals. Got some mossy rocks. What I'd like to find... Okay, so we can random scale, random rotation. I'm looking for not giant rocks. We're looking for... some random rocks to shove here and there. Yeah, partly to mask this. Okay. What I could probably do is I could go down here if I want to later and put some of these on the inside to coat the walls. Okay, not perfect at all. I want to hide it more. All right, so we hit 1.0, so we got another $2,000. So we're still not in good money place. I don't have the money to afford either a real roller coaster or any of that, which is deeply concerning. We already addressed that one. So the big question here is, so it will give you the take challenges as you work your way to 5-star rating. New challenges appear after some time when available. Yeah, so they want me to make a pool. When we looked at the pool, it's going to cost us 14,000. We are having people actually writing this. Now, keep in mind, chat, at a minimum, she spent $26 to be doing this. Not counting park admission, just getting on this was 26 bucks. And there is a full-on line. And the price will go up as that line gets longer. So, you know, nice. Let's see, the Wallet Ripper. That is the name of our wave pool, is the Wallet Ripper. Are you charging admission too? No, so if I charge admission, I can't lean on messing with the individual ride prices quite as much. And we are testing the new dynamic pricing that they added this version, where the longer the lines go, the more expensive the ride gets. It's genuinely gets to be a pretty awful thing. All right, so a lot of people feel I'm not charging enough, so we're gonna jump the prices on this considerably. Wonder why it's marking itself as so much below. People here feel like the price is a bit too cheap. And the current price is literally set to the max. I mean, it says they're saying it's too cheap and there's like nobody in line. It's fine. And you complain about it being too expensive at times. So let's go ahead and bounce you down to like $2, 80 cents as the minimum. Keep the maximum what it is. Let's see. The cash burner. Economic downslide. But what to name the swing? What to name the swinging ship? Because we're gonna be making all of our names. You get the theme here. You get the theme here. We're gouging people, and all of our rides are gonna be very straightforward in just 100%. Volatile pricing. All right. Overpriced foam. All right. Even the map costs money. The toilets, we even charge people for using the toilets. You can't not pay. You even pay to waste. And then the only thing we're not charging money for is the changing room because we can't. We'd charge you... The only change we can't charge... so the only change that's free. I don't know. The name's too limited. I can't fit it. Okay, and they're all going to the wave pool. So every one of those people who's now changing into their bathing suits, every one of those represents at least $26 going into that place. And it is kind of creepy that they all simultaneously pulled the exact same thing out of their pocket. We'd charge you if we could. It's too... I need something that's like, I don't want it to be free, but I'm stuck with it. That's the naming we're trying to go with here. Reluctantly free change. That'll do. That's fine. Mostly additives. Coffee. Because we added everything we could there. I can't charge. Yeah, so I can't charge. You can change. I can't charge. Yet. So it's mostly additives. Mostly ethical plants. Mostly ethical bergs. Oh, wait. This is mostly ethical bergs. And you are going to be, overpriced sugar water. There we go. We're complete with our signs of no no refunds, and we're not liable. Alright, so let's see what we got going on here. So there is an objective to build 2 more flat rides that'll give us 3,500 this time if we do it. Are you in poor condition? You're claiming you're in poor condition. But call the mechanic to get that that up. So people are complaining that you are too expensive. Fine. Don't say anything. People are claiming that this is too cheap. What? Like something did not get priced over here right. An economic downslide is too cheap. Alright, so dismiss all those. Okay, so we can knock out 2 more flat rides real fast, but we are going to need another generator. Which I'm not loving the idea is those generators do have a decent amount of maintenance. Oh, I never put lights in here for my staff. Okay. So what's going to need to happen here is you're going to need to go here, flatten, oh, that's not planned. What am I doing? I was like, why is my cursor moving that way? It shouldn't be moving like that. Cool. So we got some lights in here for right now. Scooch that just in there so it makes sense. Alright. So duplicate the generator. So facilities. Generator. Place you. Grab you. Staff path. Small size. Put you here. And then we need to connect you to the grid or you're literally useless. Alright. And surprisingly, none of our staff have threatened to consider quitting yet. I'm actually genuinely surprised by that, because we started underpaying them the moment we got the game unpaused, the very first time. Okay. So we open up 2 more flat rides, we can get more money from it. And that gives me more attractions to try and draw people in. So it's kind of where we're at, is just desperately trying to get more stuff in here until we can get enough money to get something else going. The problem is I'm once again down to about 2,000 bucks. And supposedly I'm making okay profit. Like, in theory here, with the profit, like, we're solidly in the green. So I'm really confused as to how I seem to just be hemorrhaging money. Are you still saying you're cheap? I'm down to keep raising your prices. I don't mind. I will continue to jack that price up until you stop being okay with it. And how are you doing? All right, so even you're now they're now actually saying this is cheap. So let's make it like $3.20. That's the bottom. We'll jump that up to 6 as the highest. All right. And how's your scenery score? 54%. And you're at 47%. So we still need more scenery on those. It's $1.5 add-ons. Oh, that's we don't have add-ons on that one. That is our coffee. For those who missed what we did with our coffee, we opened up the coffee place because people were getting whiny about artificial ingredients. And we look at the price of the coffee. We added all of the ingredients. So this is the coffee where you got a cappuccino and they said, "Hey, you have it behind a counter. I want it in the cup." So all of those are like $8. And everyone's actually enjoying the food who's getting it. So that's good. Let's see if we can't get an idea of like how our finances are going ride by ride. Because that will help us figure out what's going on here. So we check on our various rides. We can see what the conditions on them all are and all that. So the daily income here seems to be good. Let's check in our shops. The daily income and all those seems to be fine. And then for the facilities, right, we have the mechanics workshop turned off right now. And the reason I have that is that gives you research, which is really good to have. But then your mechanics end up just sitting there hovering on the research the whole time. And that's not the worst. But realistically, if I'm going to do that, I need a second mechanic. That way we can have one focus on just churning out research. And then the other one can go work on other things. I wonder why that has a running cost of 0. Yeah, we don't have any pools or flumes or anything like that. Yeah, because it really feels like we are just burning money. Which is why I'm confused when this is like, oh yeah, you're profitable. Like, you're solidly profit. Don't worry, man. Is that including the profit from the... It is. Oh, that's real bad then. If we're... Okay. If we're including our cash prizes and our profitability, and we've made 10,000 from cash prizes for the things, and we're at 8,000, that means we're 2,000 per unit of expanded time in the negative. Okay. That's upsetting new information. We gotta fix that. Unfortunately, that's going to mean another loan. Name the extra staff building, why me? Oh. Not that, but scenery. Sign. So first we're gonna have like the no admittance sign kind of thing going on here. Where are you? There's like a do not enter sign. Oh, angle snap on? No. We want snap to position. Alright, that's one. And then we want to go down here to like the really crappy wood sign. Here, it's that stealth sign over there. Okay. Turn those off. Here, I'll just do it this way. Okay, so we will want to rotate you. And I'm sure a lot of people have worked on parasocial companies. Will absolutely love where this is going. Family members only. They're really lucky I can't put like a TM on this. Family only, I don't know. And the reason we're going with this being like kind of toxic or whatever is we're going more with like the where a company calls you family and you're like, nah man, we are not family. I work here. That is my capacity here. I work here. We are not family. The moment you stop paying, I'm out. Okay. Understaffed mechanics. You have like the YS. We could also be like underpaid. Well, let's see, YS breaks limited. Okay. Yep, so all of our staff will be family members. Speaking of that, I need to check. Am I paying any staff fair wages? Alright. Okay, good. I was worried there that we might actually be paying someone a fair wage. Again, everyone's pay is at low. So we did take a pretty significant loan there that we are going to hurt for a lot. But it's kind of one of those things that I don't like taking loans in games if I absolutely don't need to. But in the moment, we are literally just hemorrhaging money. So I have got to build enough to at least stabilize ourselves. So what we're going to do is going to try and get something a bit nicer on these rides. So we have the flying theater. That should be good. But then we should probably get one of like the proper thrill ride ones. Ooh, you're $6,000. And this is one of those things in these games that you can actually learn that there are certain rides that are kind of metas. And if you learn those meta rides and how to like set them up with like certain sequences, you can just reliably make bank. I don't remember what any of them are. So what is the highest thrill ride we have here? We've got the Strike at 4.47. The Wave Sim is at 5, but I already have that. The High Roll is at 5. Okay, so the High Roll we've got here. So we can build the High Roll and then probably the Flying Theater. Let's go and figure these two out. So the High Roll... because we're going to need to make a distributor down here somewhere. So put the high roll over here. I don't want that on the ground itself. And we're going to get away from the track rides as soon as we got some spare funds. This will be one of those things I'll be struggling a bit early on. And then once we start to stabilize, things will get much easier. Okay, so we've got our entrance back here. Our exit over here. And like we've been doing, dynamic pricing. Priority pass, which we'll put right over there. And we will sit there and have the pricing high priority on the priority pass. So we've got that one going. Now before we go too much farther, yes, because we're getting right up to the edge of the map here, we'll do a flat ride, the Flying Theater. Yeah, you're pretty big. I can make that work. Let's move all this stuff over here for right now, because we did pay for these trees. I'm going to keep them. What we'll do is we'll move them over here, and we'll move whatever trees we can back. Put that tree on top of the other. Alright, so we're going to go to the flat ride here of the Flying Theater. So for this one, we can have the entrance here, the exit there, and actually for that matter, place the entrance, place it all the way over there. And same as always, dynamic pricing, fast pass on, put that there, and priority maximum. And eventually I'm going to start cranking up the price on that fast pass. Alright, so now we need to get the road going down this way to be set up. So do the asphalt. And this is kind of the point where if I don't manage to get this to be where it needs to be profitability-wise, then we're cooked. Alright, so I've got you all set up. We got both these rides here. And this will be kind of the end of the area. Like, I could see adding, like, a little spot back here that later on, if needed, we can add, like, a rest area or whatever. Potentially add maybe another small ride back there. Okay, so now we need to get our lines getting off the rides. So let's switch to what we've been doing for our exits. I don't like that. Okay, there's our exits. And now I need to get our queues going. Alright, so this is the fast pass line. Let's change where that is real fast. It'll be easier to work with over there. Oh, wrong type. Queue. So you got that one going there. Okay, and we've got that one here. Okay, so we can put just a little tiny wiggle right here. It's mostly so I can curve that just a little bit over. Oh, you won't let me place it there. Huh. That wasn't part of the plan. Okay, so we've got you. Okay, we got some queues over there. Alright, so you don't have power and you don't have power, so we need to get a distributor over here. Let's get the distributor going. And that's those things that, again, we could just kind of tuck it anywhere. It doesn't matter. We will connect that directly on over. Well, that's interesting. I guess maybe that's like import-export power or something like that. Okay, so we've got all this over here. So these trees I start chucking over this way. Let's plunk them down in here. Start bunching them up on here a little bit. That way they're contributing at least a little bit to the... Okay. So with that said, clearly we don't want the tree growing through the middle of it. Alright. So for you, change music. Dawn of Creation. That's fine. Dawn of Creation it is. Have Dawn of Creation. And there's a whole bunch of different things in the sequence. This is probably one of those ones that genuinely, if you took the time, you can figure out how much each of these is worth and make the entire thing just like switch between one or two really good ones and probably make bank on it. That would be a lot of trial and error figuring it out. So you're open. So we have the Flying Theater. Not insurance covered. The price is the real thrill. Nah. Naming all this is going to get real hard after a while. Price to invoke fear. Okay, so we've unpaused. We got $1,400 to our name, but that did give us enough to claim the $3,500 reward. We are going to try and first of all go to our staff that we just got hired for those rides and make sure they're underpaid. There we go. That's an important correction we made right away. We're going to pop in here. We're going to unpause again. We're going to start getting the decorations set up for like benches and all that other stuff that people complain about because we are playing on the harder settings. And one of the things that warns you on the harder settings is that your people will be extra whiny. We got all that. So let's start looking at it. So you have a 5% scenery bonus, and you have a 3% scenery bonus. You have 28% scenery bonus, and you're basically saying your prices aren't high enough. There you go. You're welcome. They're still complaining about being a bit on the pricey side. That's because it went to its maximum price due to dynamic pricing because of how much attendance there was. Okay, now you're complaining about the price being too high. So I'll drop that here. And I'll drop this here. There's going to be a little bit of fussing figuring out the sweet spot. So you're... I mean, the price is literally at its max, and they're still going for it. We'll let it get a little higher. They find the price is still too cheap. Make that $450 at the minimum. $722 at the maximum. Alright. So with that said, let's go ahead and try and get these aesthetics up. Because that'll improve attendance. So we got that. So we look at our beauty here. If I go and start working down here, that should help out a great deal. So I gotta figure out how I want to decorate around here. So for one, I should hide the base of this ride. Oh, I know what we're doing. First of all, let's pop in here. Go to scenery, attach scenery. I'm gonna have to pause because there's zero chance of doing this while it's moving. So we're gonna go to fire. You're not. So I'm looking for kind of a nice little smoldering flame here. Not like a jet. That's a little more intense than I was aiming for. But sure, why not? It's safe. It's fine. You just lose your eyebrows before the ride's over, that's all. Honestly, it looks pretty cool. I'm gonna leave it. Even though that is some direly unhinged, violate every imaginable safety anything. Sure, why not? Alright, so add stuff. So we need to start getting some type of, something going on here. Let's see here. Not the brick. I think I'm leaning more towards stone again. Let's see here. Don't be in poor condition. I need you to not be in poor condition. Also, camera, please behave. I like the idea that this supposedly still has a 4% lightning strike risk inside a mountain. So get you over here to deal with that. I need you to be on the ground. Hey, Psychotic, how's it going? Those are the same generators from Planet Zoo? Yeah, no, it makes sense that it recycle the assets. It's, you know, it's a good asset. Alright, so let's go back to here. I didn't give you music. Hang on. Change the music. Alright. Gears for Fears. Victory March. Way of the Warrior. Eldritch Waltz. Ravenous. Druid Damnation. Ripsaw. There, giving it some nice rock and roll music. It's fine. It's safe. Don't worry about the fire. Oh, look at the line on that. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I thought the line was way longer than it was. Okay. So we need some real small ones that can poke in here as well. So you know Jurassic World Evolution? Yep. This is by the same developers. Yep. The Planet series, like Planet Coaster, Planet Zoo, Jurassic Park Evolution. Elite Dangerous is also by the same developers too. For something completely outside the rest of it. Yep, and that's actually, for me, my introduction to Frontier was Elite Dangerous. And then they're like, by the way, Planet Coaster, and you're like, say what now? You're pissed at Elite? I haven't played Elite in a long time. I kind of fell off Elite around the time they added the space legs. Like, a lot of how they handle that. Like, it's fine. But it's definitely one of those things that, like, I'd already been kind of debating taking a proper, like, break from Elite. And then, you know, Space Legs was kind of a cluster when it released. I was like, you know what? I don't feel like continuing with this. It's kind of one of those things that you knew is going to be a necessity to have the Space Legs. I mean, I'd say Elite Dangerous did add a bunch of stuff. Like, for actual, like, arguably sim games for space, you know, they actually got into a lot of the exploration side that they kind of did a bunch of exploration, because keep in mind, like, it predates, you know, stuff like No Man's Sky and all that. So if you go before that, out of the space sims, like, how many even had, like, land-based anything you could do? Like, for proper sims, you had stuff like Star Fox. Yeah, now BGS is a big thing that I was into. And there was a lot, like, BGS always had problems. For those who don't know what we're talking about with BGS, in Elite Dangerous, they had a whole thing where the state of different things were all kind of determined by the players, outside, like, special situations. So you could actually influence what factions controlled what territory of the NPC factions. And it was just kind of a thing that there was a whole science to it that took forever for people to, like, kind of master and figure out and all that. And there's a lot of... There wasn't much, like, random variables. It sometimes felt random, but once you learned the rules, you could actually very cleanly predict what was going to happen where at the end of each and every week. You liked trading? Yeah, trading was fun. Okay, so let's see. You're up to 97% scenery bonus, and you're at 8%. So we got to get you to have some stuff nearby you. I really don't know what I want to do with the scenery around this one, because this one doesn't feel like one I should be adding the rocks around. Yeah, so this is one of those things that... Can't do these trade without external systems? Yeah, no, it was... People have heard me say a number of times, like, have a bunch of criticism around, like, you shouldn't require external tools to play a game. Alright. I feel like with the change of the dynamic pricing, they do need to go in here and give us a little bit of feedback now that the price isn't always consistent, and be like, when they're saying the price is high or low, kind of be like, oh, you were on the lower end. You don't need to give me the exact figure, but like you're on the lower end of your pricing scale, just to kind of give you a little bit more information to work with. Right. Random rotation and scale off. Okay. Yeah, so we still don't have hardly any scenery bonus down here. You don't mind external things. The issue is without a functioning BGS and without developer support, none of those external resources help. Yeah, no, it's... For me, if you're going to depend on external stuff, like, first of all, again, I don't think it's okay to depend on external stuff. It's okay to have external stuff, certainly, but, like, when realistic, it's like, oh, people want to do this thing in my game, okay, well, go boot up this third-party website. You're inviting a lot of risk for a lot of issues. And so for me personally, I'm like, no, it's, again, it's fine for those tools to exist, certainly. But it's something I view fairly negatively when developers really depend on that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's... There, so put some little grape perogolas there just because we can. Even if we didn't get Odyssey, or it took much longer, you don't want to play a game that the core feature is BGS and the bags is frozen. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's kind of a thing, and this is a feeling that a lot of people in the Elite Dangerous community had as a feeling for a while, that Frontier was starting to work more and more on stuff like the stuff like Jurassic World and those type of IPs and all that, and it often felt like Elite Dangerous took second billing, which, you know, the reality is it did. And so they were cutting kind of the effort they put into it. Like, whether that was the intent or whatever, that's just how it was experienced. Why are you always in poor condition? I don't want to pay a second mechanic. I don't got that kind of money. I'm honestly surprised none of my staff has started complaining or threatening to quit yet, because we have been underpaying them since the beginning. I have been expecting the, you know, whatever staff is... 1 second. Excuse me? Those aren't all like that, right? Okay. Okay, we're fine. I was like, I saw the one was sticking way on the ground. I was like, please. Well, I would still say, yeah, like, if you're talking space sim as in proper spaceflight sim, yeah, No Man's Sky is definitely not a space sim of that nature. Like, it's got like the whole exploration kind of thing. And in Starfield, you know, that again, I would also argue is not a space sim either. It's got some space sim features. It's kind of like, and I know people get upset when I say this, for me, I don't personally consider Project Zomboid a survival sim, like, proper. And I will back that up real fast before everyone gets upset. To me, it is a zombie fighting game that has survival mechanics. That doesn't mean it's bad. I actually really like Project Zomboid. But the survival aspect of the game is not... It's not really the thing that draws people in. Nor is it, like, really the core game. The core game is the zombies. You remove the zombies, and Zomboid stops being Zomboid. You remove the survival mechanics, and Zomboid just gets a bit easier. Yep, no, and I'd agree. Like, when it comes to No Man's Sky, it is an exploration game that happens to have, like, space flight mechanics. That doesn't mean anything negative about it. It's just that's not where the effort was put. So you could probably put thing. It's also tricky nowadays where how many games, like, regardless of what they are, like, there's just a really large number of games that just add, you know, survival mechanics and all there, that there's just a lot of the time. Oh, we could probably add mist to the area. That might be cool. That's the smoke effect, large smoke effect, smoke burst. So you kind of wander through, like, the misty area here. How are you doing now? Still only an 18%. I guess it's because that whole back half of the building. You wish the X series is available in console? Yeah, I doubt X will come out on the console. Just the nature of those games make them way harder to work on there. From both, like, the control schema and everything else. Alright. How can we add some scenery to this? Alright, scale, 200%. I'm gonna add some hedges around the outside. They have no spare staff members for a lot of things. So one person has to go on break. Stuff kind of shuts down. Oh, angle snap. 5 degrees. All right. And then grab you. They're just going to pretend this back walkway doesn't exist. Okay, meanwhile I noticed you don't seem to have music going. No, you do. It's just not very noticeable. Alright, so how is your... Is so expensive. Alright, let's creep that down slightly. Okay, so how is our scenery doing? That's 17%. Huh. We are really not adding much on that decoration really fast. So let's go on to here. And I like the idea of leaning on this stuff. Okay. So you can go here. It'll cover all this structure up with it. Then cover the beams with it. And then hopefully that'll be enough to I think it's based on the price of the decorations is maybe determining the like how much it goes up. So where these hedges are only $1.50 each. That might be why they're not really contributing that much, despite me building so much, as they're relatively cheap. Versus the fog things I put outside are like $25 each. So they contribute a decent amount. Alright. We can mash that into the ground a little ways. Alright, we can rotate you. Cool. So then grab you. Get this whole hedge maze dynamic going here. Alright, so now you're like all covered in green. So what do you look like now so far as your stuff? So done. Yes, that doesn't seem to be contributing like anything. The hedge stuff. The good news, I'm not just hemorrhaging money right now, so that's at least a little bit of a blessing. We're just gonna need to find something else to decorate the area nearby. I wonder if there's any statues we can potentially put here. Probably not you. Probably not Medusas. Alright. The big Poseidon statue. So we got a Greek guy with a scroll. Greek guy with a banner. Bunch of statues in here. Alright, we're at 20%. The problem is most of that's still up front. It's the back half that has nothing going on. And the trees themselves don't seem to contribute much. That's kind of where I'm stuck with right now. So these trees in their hand are very expensive. Those are holiday trees and all that. Let's go to... Built a couple of those. 22%. So is our counting. Alright, let's try doing the thing where you could kind of like spray nature on the ground. So we have temperate forest trees, temperate forest small plants. We already have temperate rocks, maybe. Alright, that's still only 20%. 28%. You are a hard to get to be happy decoration thing. Alright, let's go check out our other rides, because you're at 55, you're at 59, so you're one of our lower ones. We can go over here and probably do some stuff to add to your experience. I am going to duplicate the smoke effect a bit more. I put one of them over here too. Just make it like a vaguely volcanic thing. You're at 75%, 97%. Oh, I'm clicking the wrong thing. 61%, 75%. So we can add a little bit more onto you. So what can we add to your area to help out? So we can go scenery. Probably add some like water jets or something. Okay. %90 scenery bonus, and you are at a 100% scenery bonus, and you are at a 28% scenery bonus. Alright, so we got a problem. I'm going to have to get another staff member, which is going to be an issue, because our mechanic is not keeping up anymore. We're getting all those expired badges. So I don't like that, because mechanics are specifically individually fairly expensive. So we're going to go in here, and the first thing we're going to do is we're going to cut your pay by 1/3. It just needs to happen. Alright, so let's go to attach scenery, add objects, special effects, fireworks, sequencers and tools, pyrotechnics. Water, fireworks, environment. Yeah, that'd be hard to make happen. Alright. What can we do inside this place? Really add to it. And also, what are you waiting on? Yeah, the game isn't paused. They're just waiting here. Let's see. It's animatronics, art shapes, interactive. They're giving it a roof. Because that should help with the weather and all that. Alright. Man, it's hard to decorate that thing. Okay, well, the other rides are all looking pretty good. You are getting massive amounts of people complaining that you are too expensive. Which is probably fair. Most likely, there's a prestige rating in this game that if we look at the rides here real fast, where are you at? Prestige. So if we look at the rides, somewhere will be in here, it's prestige rating. Oh no, you should still be in good. Yeah, because you have a whole thing where it starts as new, established, dated, old, and then eventually it will come back around. And that's going to affect what you can charge for your stuff and still have people be happy. Okay, a lot of you are complaining that's just too darn expensive. And that's the thing they'll have to adjust. You're complaining that's too expensive. Wait, what? Oh, I see. I'm selecting this. Yeah, you were already at, people complaining you're too expensive earlier. Because meanwhile, this thing is still charging like 24 bucks and people are just lining up. Our queue here is almost full. We are going to raise the maximum price that these tickets can go. This is apparently the ride here. Because, you know, we're not charging quite as much as the wave pool, or this surfing thing, but it's got a much higher capacity. And if we look at the queue, this joker is not quite full at all times. A couple people complain that's too expensive. We'll have it adjust so that it doesn't go to its maximum price as fast. Alright, so all in all, that's going okay. If we check on our stuff, you need the mechanic to come by. Let's check on our staff stuff here. So we check on our mechanics. I want to see what I can control with them to hopefully make them as efficient as possible. The staff schedule. So you have a break at that time. You can give them different zones. They're still content despite the fact that I'm underpaying them by a lot. My job is fine. My pay is really bad. I'm looking around to make sure everything is in order. You have a day shift. You have all that. Okay, so the big question there is how can I go and help keep things running with the mechanics? I could have it so one of my mechanics is zoned to just run around over here. Okay, so people think this ride is cheap. Only a few people. We start setting these up with the dynamic pricing. To consider the longer wait times. Man, you're still not getting attendance. Because I would like it to be cheap enough that they keep the queue boosting pretty high. Alright, there we go. Alright. Yeah, so I complain about that. Let's go ahead and drop you down to there. I gotta get my mechanics coming through here quicker. I figured we'd have no problem doing that. But the good news is, yes, so we are properly profitable now. That's good news here, is we actually genuinely are straight up just profitable. So that's good news entirely. We're profitable by 122 bucks. But that's including with almost $2,000 going into loan repayments. So the next thing we're probably going to want to try and figure out and do is we're going to need to try and get the next rides we got going on. So you are in poor condition. Call the mechanic. You were in poor condition. Call the mechanic. Why is everything suddenly failing at the same time? There's no security guards in the park. A guest has reported a case of pickpocketing. Alright. We have a security guard. Don't worry. I will simply be immediately reducing their pay. Unhappy, reasoning, pickpocketed. Is too expensive. That's fine. Okay. Let's dismiss all those right now. Okay, so we got another one. Hire 3 entertainers will instantly give me $3,500. The best part is I don't have to keep them. So staff, we'll probably keep 1. So we got a whole lot of people to choose from these days. For our theming, I'll use Vesper. Call a mechanic. I need you to get over there, man. I don't know where you are. Yeah, so we got someone who's pickpocketing people. Alright, so staff. We'll have the Viking as well. It'll have you as well. And so there's $3,500 instantly. And I'm going to keep those staff members for now, but we're going to go to our staff and immediately make sure that they're not paid fairly, and we're going to cut their pay. Because that should help with people's moods. Alright, so we want to get a pool. I've already got the changing room. I've got several $1,000s. It would be good to get a pool. Meanwhile, you are doing okay with your scenery. You're doing pretty well with your scenery. You're maxed out. I don't know why you refuse to work with me on this. Like, it is getting to be more blue around it. But I am having just a whole thing. Because I don't want to just, like, try and cover the whole thing up. Alright. The pickpocket has been caught and has been ejected from the park. Oh, I don't have my lights on this main road, do I? Wait, where are my lights? Do I not have lights in a bunch of these places? I thought I had lights the whole way up. Okay, so we need to get our lights on. Because that'll boost the scenery scores and everything. Okay, so I need to rotate like that just so this works nicely. Cool. So with that, we can just go here. Alright. This all contributes to scenery. Okay, just like that, we got some lights marking the trail on the way up. Let's get to the other side. Cool. Oh, you are sticking out of the ground. But yes, this is one of the things I like about the Planet series of games. Because like I said, normally in these games you'll get to a point where it's like, oh, you know, I gotta wait for money, whatever. And you'll sit there and be like, okay, well, what do I work on? These ones, you always have decorating and all that you can work on. There's just plenty of time for all of that kind of stuff. And you can make your park nicer and nicer. So even though we're like, our park thematically, we're doing all sorts of like awful like dynamic pricing, price gouging, underpaying our staff, doing a bunch of, you know, pretty morally ambiguous things. I mean, actually pretty morally awful things, we're being real. It's very, very profit at any cost kind of behavior.
Oh.
Okay, you're sticking out of the ground. Okay, so she is very loud. Might get rid of her just because the singing would be fine. It's just very noticeable everywhere. Are you kidding? All of these are sticking out of the ground. Okay. So you can go over here. One of the other benefits is like putting these down doesn't just help lighting. It also adds to scenery scores. Alright, so now we got kind of the ominous green glow throughout the park from all those lights. Alright, so let's see if we have any nice bonuses to that. So our scenery is up to 30% on that one. That's at 100%. That's at 87%. That is at 75%, 100%, 100%. And honestly, if we start building more attractions over here, it would still benefit from that as well. Oh, the other thing we should probably... I'm not going to worry about adding that. Okay, so all in all, we're doing pretty good. Let's check in a bunch of these. The generator's in poor condition and has not got its active service thing there. That's fine. They're working on it now, and they just literally just finished it. We caught the pit pocket and all that. Okay, so we got a new one. Run an advertising campaign for coaster lovers. I will not do that because I do not have a roller coaster, and that seems like a really bad idea for me to advertise something I don't have. Okay. I'm checking to see what the kind of prices they put on some of these coasters. So it wants me to build my first roller coaster as one of my things up here. And we do need to keep new attractions coming in. It is a thing in this game that your attractions do slowly, like, lose excitement for being around. And so if you're very genuinely, you've got to, like, always have a new attraction coming in. Eventually, they'll start becoming, like, classics and all that, which makes them, like, effectively for the desire to use them new again. So, Vector Child Coaster, Inverted Suspended, like, roller coaster. We've got the Wooden Wild Mouse, which is surprisingly very expensive. I was actually expecting it to be relatively cheap. Where are you going? Oh, you're just wandering. Okay, I was like, don't you dare get out of here and quit. There's no quitting. Oh, they don't have something to do because we had to have one spare person. Right, so we need a roller coaster, and we're looking for something that is about as cheap as we can get. The child coasters are cheap, but they're for the children, which is very limiting. I don't think we can get away with a roller coaster. Side friction coaster starts at 5,000. I'm not sure we can get away with, you know, a roller coaster that inexpensive. And I feel like with the pool, we're not going to get our money's worth unless I add flumes to it and a whole bunch of stuff that I also cannot reasonably afford right now. On top of that, we do have seasons. We will have a winter that'll freeze all those things, and it'll be another expense to deal with. So I do think we want to go for the roller coasters next. The other thing that's happening is we are slowly paying off our loan. Now, so much. Because one of the things is not only do you pay interest, but they do take a cut of your sales on the loans. So I'm trying to cut that down. Because as we pay it off, it'll reduce that as well. Now we're going to officially start fast forwarding for the very first time. Yep, so he caught and ejected another pickpocketer. Okay, people are saying that you are cheap. So I'll bump that price up a little bit. And people are saying you are too expensive. Okay. So all in all, that's looking pretty decent. Yeah, and we are turning a profit. Except I'm seeing cash rewards 17,000. I mean, I guess a big part of it is I'm paying down the loan now. All right. Because now we're seeing the money mostly move up. Jeez, the sheer number of pickpocketers all of a sudden. Alright, I don't want to do this. This is going to be a tricky one. I'm actually going to do a quick and dirty save here. Because one of the things where you can get yourself in some trouble. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and take a loan again. Which I'm not loving. Because again, the more I borrow, the more of a cut in sales they will take. So it can just escalate out of control if you get two things. Oh, you need cleaning? Call a janitor. Get over there. Do your job. Alright, so we got 11,000. I'm going to pause the game. We're going to get a roller coaster, and we're going to go with the side friction. Mostly because it's about as cheap as we're going to get. You got a couple of options. One is I could try and tuck it back here somewhere. I think I want to put it over here. And then we're going to try and bring the roller coaster into this nonsense as best we can. All right. That's all my money. And this is one of the reasons why that's everything I can borrow. And this is one of the reasons why I was like, okay, let's save before I mess with this. Just because it is a thing you can get yourself in lots of trouble. So usually one of those things you want to do, turn out the chain, go tiny little dip, then we're going to start chaining up. Okay, so I cannot twist. Alright, let's adjust that. We're still going to build it, I just want to adjust it away a little bit. Gonna raise it up a bit more. Like I said, you gotta dip down, no chain. Alright. Gonna back it up one more. Flatten it out. turn a little sharper. There's those little bump up here. We're burning through our money real fast, which is not unexpected. Can't do that turn. Okay, so I can put you here, straighten you out here, flatten it on. Have it dip down just a smidge. And flatten out right over the heads of everyone here. Okay, and I'm not sure. If I do that, it'll be too high. Like, we're already pushing kind of the limit of what we can get away with for height here. You know, start turning that back this way. Okay, and there should be a thing to... Alright, so it needs to back off one more, Turn you more that way. I need you to level out sooner. Alright, that's how we do it. So basically what I'm trying to do right now... Okay, we just narrowly got this thing built. I'm pretty concerned it's not going to work. I don't think we have... I think I'm going to end up having to have another chain spot around here somewhere. Let's try and get this all sorted. Height markers, terrain relative, sea level. Okay. So we do climb up to 54 feet. This might be okay, because it dips down to 30, gets up to 43, and it mostly is downhill and wiggling around there. Then we go back up to 30. It's probably fine. Now what we do want to do is go to places like this. And there is a tool here for smooth selected. And the reason you want to do that is, like, jarring turns and all that people get upset about. It'll penalize how much they enjoy the ride. Now, before I get distracted doing a bunch of other junk, I need to go into here, and I need to get the entrance placed. So here's the entrance there. Place the exit. Actually, one second. Place the entrance here. Place the exit over here. Then we're going to go to pricing, dynamic, enable priority pricing. So that priority pricing is bigger. So place the exit. We're just going to move it all the way over there for just a second. Pricing, toggle that. Place the fast pass. Place the exit right next to the fast pass. Dynamic pricing. We want to deal with that range. High priority on them. Okay, so with this, we're going to first attach the exit here. Which straightforward. I'm just going to just plunk it down the bottom. And we'll shift the lights and all that over here. And then the next thing we're going to do is I'm going to grab the queue. And then the fast pass will be a straight on walk. And finally we need to place you. Why no? Alright, let's try it this way. Straight round, terrain automatic. Why are you being weird? Alright. So let's try getting rid of this path, see if it's something with this. Yeah, so weirdly it acknowledges that I should be able to connect here, but then the regular entrance it doesn't know what to do. Let's try going in here and turning that off for a minute. You don't know what to do with this. Place the entrance. Okay. Alright, 1 second. Just trying to make a zigzagging path here, so that all people who don't pay extra have to wait extra long and walk extra far. There we go. We got a really long zigzaggy path. Now let's try this again. So turn that on. Place you here. Grab this path. And get you Q. Cool. Alright, so we do have at the bare minimum that this is at least functioning there. Oh, before we go too far, trains. All right. Okay. So I'm going to reset this. Let's also go to the chains here. Da 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 da. 8 miles an hour. Let's get this thing running as fast as we can. Because our bank account is just about done. I really need to get this thing. Ooh, that's actually going a lot faster than I expected it to. It might be okay. All right. We're just waiting for the test results. Alright, so the test results are excitement 4, fear 2, very, very low nausea. So not an amazing attraction, but not the worst. Considering we just kind of threw it together real fast. We can add a ride photo camera on here at some stage. Oh, your excitement needs to get over 7. All right, let's take 2 seconds. We can look at the test data. So we look at our test data here. You could show the heat maps. It'd show like excitement. And we can see where we might be able to make some improvements. Okay, so you see the excitement's pretty low going up there. Then it gets down here, it's up to a 4, it gets to a 6. Then it stays right around a 4 there. We get to a 6.8 here. So we might be able to do is we might be able to get the excitement slightly higher. I can grab the roller coaster here and edit it. Oh, I'm literally out of money. Like, all the way out of money. So that's just open. Like, that's just open. Bargain pricing, okay. Dynamic pricing, okay. I'll jump that up to a max of $20. And we'll call this one the Bank Breaker. Because that's what it's done to us. Change the music. Let's see here. Sure. That way we can have a full kawaii ride. Okay, the good news is we get $2,000 for building the roller coaster. And if we run an ad for roller coaster lovers, we can get a little bump in there. So let's go over here to... I don't remember at all where marketing is. Let's see, finances, we don't want to look at that. That's research, which we haven't been doing. Who here's... Stop it. No getting paid fairly. All of these ones are going fine. So we have people who have unmet desire for souvenirs and people who have unmet desire for thirst. There are no coasters that match my tolerances. You have a lot of people complaining that you're just too dang expensive. Man, you're just such a worthless ride. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, so no one's buying the pool pass or that. Alright. So, we have the priority pass. Currently is only $5. I feel like we should definitely be allowed to charge way more than that. So right now, the thing that's hurting my rating the most is my scenery, because I do have areas that just don't have any, especially by the entrance. We'll have the penalty from all that stuff. No roller coasters that there. We have people... You also have a lot of people complaining that the cash burner is also too expensive. So we're going to drop that down to $2. Okay. That's all fine. Yeah, and then Hungry and Thirsty, there's need... There we go, advertising. Coaster Lover. Ah, I'm not physically allowed to advertise to Coaster Lover. Create two rides that are a coaster. We have a very low awareness for people who like flat rides. That'll slowly go up as we have more returning people. So we can't do the ad we wanted. As far as our shops go, yeah, so the daily income. I vaguely remember being able to see, like, how profitable things were in the past, but I guess I might be thinking Planet Coaster 1. Yes, all these are doing relatively well. Our facilities are holding up so far. We still don't have the workshop open. I'm scared to open it, because even though that does give us research, which is good, it does have the problem of it just ties up our mechanics. And right now, I can't afford to do that much. One thing I could probably do... Yes, I got you. Go repair that. Then dismiss you. Okay, so let's look at our staff. I thought there was assignments you could do. If I remember correctly. Because I know you can assign people to different areas. But I'm talking about being able to go into... Oh, that gave me a mechanic straight for that. I can live with that. Assuming we don't just hemorrhage money now, I can live with the research happening. Because the big concern right now... And the good news is we have an 82% scenery bonus since we spend most of the roller coaster going over the areas I already decorated. Which is an added bonus. Yeah, so you can see our lifetime profit and all that. Obviously, right now, the lifetime profit is in the pit. Because we took a substantial loan to build it, and we spent all that money. So bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom here really fast, but thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, and we'll get right back to some more Planet Coaster 2. All right. Okay. So we got this going on. Meanwhile, what I think we should do is I think we should ride a roller coaster. That way we can see what this looks like to our guests. Okay, we should probably move those trees. And that tree. As every... Oh, and like just straight up going through this tree. As every one of our guests have severe lacerations and or heavily concussed and or dead. From smashing first into plenty of trees. Okay, so let's see here. Yep, so this tree was a problem. I'm going to make some adjustments to the audio real fast. Some of those rides and like the singing people are pretty dang loud. Like a lot of the other stuff's not too bad. Like the master volume's not high. The soundtrack feels fine. Park music in the park, let's maybe cut that down to 35. Ah, here we go. So sound effects, let's cut that down to like 40%. And the voice volume, let's cut that down to like 40%. Because I'd like for them to be more background noise than utterly overwhelming. And grab this tree. Yeah, it'll be fine. That one's fine. Not quite. There we go. Okay, let's try scaling that down. Yeah, they can squeeze right underneath it. That'll be good. Alright. Man, we are just catching pickpocket to pickpocket. So you are again in poor condition. We've got the pickpockets done. Let's see. Can I disable... I was hoping I could disable the pickpocket one. Because the pickpocket one, they're taking care of on their own. Open a total of 13 facilities, and I already have 10, apparently. So, what other facilities would we consider opening? That's all of our, like, guest stuff and whatever. So that's our restaurants and whatever. So, I could definitely open the photo kiosk. I could open a second gift place. And we can put a photo on this ride. I don't think we have anything that people can't eat. Let's check to see if any of our guests have complaints about... You're still complaining, like, your maximum thing is still people complaining about the price of this. You're robbing me here, people. We're down to $1. How much cheaper do you want me to make it? You're still being complained about heavily. And there's no wait time. Alright. Okay, so with all that, we've got that going. Love seeing that I actually have a proper line. Some of them are complaining that's a little on the pricey side. That's fine by me. We'll set the high end of this price to be 15, so it gains its price slower. That should help. So, the thought here is if we go for that one down there, I only need to open 3 more things. So 2 things I definitely could see is the photo pass, the photo booth, whatever the crap the thing's called. That feels like an easy win, and another souvenir booth would also be a pretty easy win. Okay. They've got you, facility, and we can go to our gifts here. Okay, there's nothing to change about those. So we got just a memento. And then we can go over here. Delete that real quick. Get you. And facilities here. And the photo kiosk. Alright, so bear with me for a moment. Because what we need to do is that's going to do literally nothing for us for a moment. We can edit this really fast. Because we can add a photo spot to the ride. I don't remember where we do this. And the idea is we want to add it to, like, whatever the best spot of the ride is. Add a photo camera to the ride. Alright, so we don't get to quite 7 on this ride, but we do get to like 6.8. We want to find that spot. Okay, continue. Confirm placement. Add photo kiosk. Okay, so we need to connect it to a ride. All right. We still need to get the prices set up on these. Junk for profit. Photos for bank. Alright, so you only need one more facility to get that happy, but first, before I forget, I need to go to my staff, and we need to make sure we reduce their wages. I don't know how they're not mad at me right now. I messed with this a little off stream before today, like this is way far and I got on it, and I had my staff quitting on me from underpaying them. So I'm really confused as to why they don't despise my guts, but I'm also choosing to be okay with that. Alright, so we can go and I need one more facility. Create custom. So entrances don't count. We could add the body dryer. And that could be good for when we have a pool and everything. It could also be good for the people who get wet over here. So that's something I could build for now. And it could just sit here, stashed away for when I need it. Oh, end of day report. We made $21,805 today. The number of rides the average adult rode was 2.51. The average number of rides a child rode was 2.86. The guest experience today was 5 stars. The park reputation is 4.1 stars, and the park rating is 1.73 stars. That all sounds pretty fantastic, actually. I would not have guessed we did that well. There's another facility to consider. We got the changing room. We had the information room. I think we're done. We're fine and all that. I mean, I guess I could add yet a different gift of the balloons. I'll do that. Oh, there it is. A whole bunch of people are starting to go and be like, you have been paid under a certain amount for 2 days in a row. We're upsetty spaghetti. And you know what? I don't care. What are you gonna do? Quit on me? The answer is yes, actually. That's genuinely, specifically, exactly what they're gonna do. Luxury balloons. $6,000% marked up. I was actually low-key waiting for it to crash and then find out like percent sign isn't acceptable or something like that. Alright, so we got our 13 facilities open. So that satisfied that. Meanwhile, we need to call a mechanic on this. And we can dismiss that. So for some reason, every single one of my staff members seems to be upset about something. Everyone here is currently still showing as content with work. So what I'm learning here is that their complaints about being underpaid, I can be completely ignored for right now. Alright. And the good news is, we actually seem to be making proper money now. Like, all in all, we seem to be making proper money. Now, something I'm going to need to do is, as much as possible, start paying down that loan. Because again, not only does it have the negative impact in that you have the interest and all that, but they take a cut of all of your sales. And right now that cut is 17%. Let's go ahead and see what the experience of a guest walking in our park is like. We're going to follow out Lloyd Blount. We got good old Lloyd Blount here, walking around, living their best life. We're gonna go see what the what's the cinematic camera look like for you? So we're just gonna go ahead and have her like eye in the sky, tracking Lloyd Blount, who's here by themselves, has decided they didn't want to bring their family and everything, which is fair. I've certainly done that myself at the theme parks, especially when I was in college. You'd splurge and get like your annual pass or whatever, and try your best to not spend a dime at the place beyond going in there, maybe grabbing lunch or whatever. I'm trying to find a camera I like. I think this is the best one, just following him like this. But yeah, so all in all, there's a pretty decent walk until you get someplace. Well, they're excited to go on a ride and literally shoved them out of the way. So they're commenting on the good scenery nearby. I wish I could see this and all that. They're currently heading to not insurance covered. So they're going to work their way to literally the farthest ride. Oh no, was it the farthest ride? I don't remember. I was like, I think that was the same group who rushed to get to the ride and immediately got stuck behind them again. Yeah, so we're having a little bit of a traffic jam here because of the rides there. That's part of the reason I made the path so wide, is there's a little bit of room for people to work past each other. Ultimately, eventually we'll have to go through there. Also, the style of clothes this guy has is very 80s, 90s coded. Having the little loose chain, having your pants really loose and down there. If they were cargo pants, even more so. Are you not going on the ride? What's going on? Heading to Bankbreaker. Oh. You are pickpocketing people. Well, I've evicted them from the park. So, unfortunately, the person we followed happened to be like the one person who was just a pickpocket who came into the park. In the meantime, I am at negative money because we're hovering right in that fence. Okay, and our new thing is build a new new roller coaster with 2 inversions. That's going to cost over 20,000. I cannot do that. And build a pool that's a minimum of 150 square feet. Okay, dismiss all those. All right. Finally, the queue for the Wallet Ripper lasted forever. It's like recent thought. Someone's in trouble. Very happy. Okay, so it looks like the Wallet Ripper is dealing with too long of queues. So bump up the price there. And there. But the queue's just getting too long. Power generators in poor condition. Okay, but the good news is we're back into the positives on money. We got a little bit of litter on the ground here. Alright. So now we're going to be following around Domingo. And we're just going to do this and see what Domingo does here. So currently Domingo wants to head over to the price to invoke fear. Hopefully we'll actually ride it and is not just here to pickpocket people. Because that was a little bit of a bummer to not see the person do anything just because they went and were pickpocketing everyone, then they got evicted from the park. Because we're doing this while our loan is getting paid off and we're starting to put away a little bit of money, hopefully. And I'm going to need to make a decent amount more money soon. Because again, I can't keep pushing the loans. We don't have more we can do there. Like, I paid some back so I can, like, retake out that same amount. Did you change your mind? Oh. Like, when he was hovering over... Hang on, I see a problem. There you go. Where'd you go, Domingo? You couldn't have gotten far. There you are. Oh, you changed your mind. Huh. Okay. Was on their way over to this ride, and just happened to walk by this ride, saw it was going for $1, and was like, alright. I could be convinced. Honestly, with the dynamic pricing, I'm honestly okay keeping it that cheap, because if it starts to build up some time, then we can just do something else. All right, let's keep an eye on the staff. I'm not sure how fast their mood degrades. So far, they're doing a lot of complaining, but not actually doing any reduction in anything. All right, so we do have research going. So we can get special flat rides, which is the bumper cars, tower flat rides. These can actually be, like, this one here can be, like, really good for confined space. We got flumes and all that for the water stuff. We can get wooden and water coasters. We can get underground water. We can get solar power. I'm going to unlock the better utilities. That way you can start building those in the future. Because that just costs research. We can go ahead and for right now... So, I don't know if we want to discharge the challenge. I don't know when those come back, like how long we've got in between. I think the next one I might go for is the pool. It's been on our list for a while, and we've got the supporting infrastructure for the pool. I just don't have the pool itself. The big thing is the cost of the pool. So for the pool, it wants me to make a pool of at least 150 square yards. So we can go down here to pools, create custom. If I were to draw a pool... challenge going. What are your thoughts on maintenance changes? Which maintenance changes are we talking about? It feels kind of the same. Wish I had a way to tell what the area of the pool was here. Right now I'm just trying to see what we're going to be in for this. So that'd be $8,000 if I did it that size, but I have no idea what the area is. Yeah, no, I know they added and changed a whole bunch. I didn't catch what the maintenance changes, though, were. Because, like I said, it feels like it's the same. There's one bathroom here. Rides cost money to maintain now. And especially to fix if they break. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I haven't felt it in a meaningful thing. Yeah, it's not too bad, because we always had the refurbish thing. I was under the impression the mechanic was still running around and doing all our stuff. But it hasn't hurt me too bad. Right now we're playing on the challenge mode on hard economy, and it's generally been, like, we haven't been like, oh no, how do I dig myself out of the hole? We've definitely been riding that fence where it's like, alright, I don't have a whole lot of money to work with, and have to like juggle the loan, but I've never gone to the point of like full-on bankruptcy or whatever. So I do think it's like for hard modes in a very, or for the hard challenge, it's very much on that. Now I am having to abuse my poor staff, as you could probably see from this prompting, being that my staff is going to be at low morale because I'm underpaying them, and those little whiners can go and take their job someplace else. I mean, what? Until they threaten to quit, I don't care. And they'll get there. Eventually they'll get there. I mean, to give you the style of park we are, if we walk in and the very first thing you see when you walk in is no refunds and we're not liable. We've designed everything to look very cheaply made. So it's got kind of like a plastery look. And all that. And all of the names of our rides are wonderfully themed, such as this is the Wallet Ripper and the price to invoke fear. And everything is using dynamic pricing with price gouging prices. As you do. What else we have? Not insurance and covered, bank breaker, the cash burner, economic downslide. Even the little kiosks and all that. Junk for profit. Overpriced foam. 6,000% marked up. Are you pickpocketing people? No, you're okay. And thank you for the follow. And the one and only thing we don't charge for is the change room, because I can't. Which is named I Can't Charge Yet. You even pay to waste is the bathroom. Alright. Power generator's in poor condition. Gotta stay on top of that. And the reason I stay so heavily on top of the power generators as opposed to other stuff is the power generators, the amount of power they make gradually goes down as they get worn. And if you get on that fence, you'll start having rides shut off. And the moment you start having rides shut off, things get really ugly really fast. Because that means your income starts dying too. Alright. But yeah, I like the theming we've got over here. Even if it's like a little bit all over the place. I could definitely feel like we need more in this spot, but I'm not too sweating it. Right now, money-wise, we need to put away some money to get our next challenge thing done to get things. Your solution to that was to build more generators? Yeah, no, it can only go to... You still have to maintain it. But yeah, no, you always need like a spare generator or two as like a buffer. The Ripper is in critical condition and will break down. But I think a bug, chat. I switched from pause and back. I went to click on this, and I guess it's really, really critical. Because it locked up the game and I can't even hit escape to get out. So... Well, this is my first one I've had, but it's a pretty bad one considering I think I'm going to have to Alt F4 the game. Yep. Oh, wait. Well, that's amusing. So, it pops up the prompt. But I don't have a mouse to click on it or to do anything, so I can get it to pop up. So I'm not going to be able to Alt F4. I'm going to have to go full-on Task Manager. That's a pretty bad one. So end task on Roller Coaster Tycoon. Or Roller Coaster Planet Coaster. Very different game. And we'll boot that back up. And luckily the game does autosave fairly routinely. If not, we're going to be doing something else in a minute. And thank you, Draconic Door, for the 150 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Yep, you were here for me crashing the game by having my Wallet Ripper get into critical state. Okay, so challenge. We have one active park, my park. Okay, We're just gonna hop right back in. Okay. That's fine. Dismiss all those. Alright. So I'm not seeing anything. What was the last thing we physically changed? I know we moved... Oh, no. Well... So, okay. Is there an autosave? I don't know what that autosave is. Let's try opening that one, because that one says 102 today. Even though the picture doesn't show me anything. Because that would have been before I built that entire roller coaster. So I'm hoping this one... Okay, alright, we're fine. Alright. So the continue chose my last manual save, not my last auto save. And I was like, oh no, this is like so far back. So call the mechanic to deal with that. Okay. So, yeah, so it hasn't been long because there was a bench here right after the last person we followed. We didn't lose like hardly any time at all. Alright, let's take a look at our rides. And see how the maintenance is on all of our rides. Attractions. We got volatile pricing here. Your maintenance is getting a little low. Yeah, so even with a ride that's been here since the very beginning, repairing it only cost about $300. So we compare that to there. It's almost reached the point of being considered dated. And it only cost us $300 to repair it after all that time. We are getting a lot of pickpockets. Like a lot of pickpockets. And security's running around and catching them. What's a constant thing? Yeah, so let's take a minute. Mechanic. Mechanic. Dismiss all. Let's go to our list here. You've heard pickpocket might be ramped up? Yeah, and it's not causing me, like, real problems. But it is... It's like, it's a common enough report thing that I kind of want to be able to turn off just the pickpocketing and nothing else. And just be like, it's getting sorted, I don't want to look at it. Right, so let's go ahead and... We got our challenges, which have interestingly changed what order they're in. It doesn't change anything. We want to get that pool built. And we saw the one I had messed with was going to be about 8,000. Gotcha, I haven't played in a couple of updates. I'm surprised we haven't seen the snow and all that yet. Oh, I mean, I guess we're only a couple days in. It's surprising how long a day lasts. It's fine. Right. Now, the pool is likely to not be the greatest use of money for us, because without flumes and everything else going for it as well... Okay. I was curious if I'd spot the pickpocketer, because we had two cases right there. Alright. So back to the attractions. Let's take a quick peek at our rides. Gotcha, so I could reprice everything here. I do wish I could kind of pop into the repair it from this screen. So you're in my worst shape ride. Let's go here. Call the mechanic. You can go there. Okay. Check our attractions again. Priced to invoke fear. Yeah, we'll let them deal with that. Yeah, and the research is getting done. It's just kind of one of those things I found. Research in this game never really felt like that big a deal. Like, you want all these things, and you certainly want to unlock them, but it just takes one mechanic working it for not super long to unlock pretty much everything. Yes, we can get more flat rides if we wanted. We can go ahead. We'll just let the research queue up for right now. But we are going to need to get our next attraction happening relatively soon. Because what's going to end up happening in not too long... Alright. So I think what we're going to do... is it's looking like we might not be making money right now. We might be back into just barely going into losing money. That's fine. And one of the ways we could fix that is I could get rid of the thing. You gotta estimate that a single mechanic doing full-time work could get it all researched by like day 9 or 10. Yeah, it's really fast. I honestly think they should drag out the research a lot. And it could just be you accrue the points way slow or whatever. But yeah, it's just one of those things you just blast through the research so fast with even just one mechanic working on it part-time. Okay. I think a big thing is why we're losing money at the moment is I am manually going through and being like, hey, fix all these rides that we have had sitting this whole time. Alright, so you can go to you. And have you drop in here. Ooh, that's an expensive one to have serviced. You couldn't find anything in Update 6 about security, but other people have mentioned that it feels intensified. Though you have no data... It definitely, like... Very genuinely, I remember having almost no pickpockets of any amount the last time I played. So I would definitely say it is something that feels very significantly increased. All right, so you definitely want to keep that loan paying down. So we've already paid off quite a decent amount. But here's hoping we can get enough for the pool built, because it is a thing that we're going to start having our first rides are going to start dipping to the point that they become dated, and once they become dated, it will start to penalize until we get to that last segment. So basically the ride, I'm going to be able to get less money out of the same ride. And that's where you have like that treadmill where you need to keep introducing rides until you can get to the point that some of your older rides start to become classics. And once they become a classic, then, then it's kind of like they almost go back to being new again, so far as how popular they are. That's kind of one of the things that historically in the game, it was basically just trying to survive till things got classic, and once you got classic, everything was comfortable from there on. Like, we need to theme all this. I just don't have a whole lot of money to throw around. It's difficult to make classic rides right now. They basically need to be insanely well-detailed coasters only. Oh, I know they were always set so they weren't guaranteed to become a classic. Hopefully they didn't make that too broken. Because it was a thing that you genuinely could like build a Ferris wheel and just like clunk it in the corner and just wait. And then it become a classic. I think it's good that not everything becomes classic. Many guests have reported pickpocketing. Security? Where are you? Looking for an available staff building. We have one over here. Unless they've hit a point that I don't have the capacity. Staff and occupancy, 4. Scheduled this hour, 4. Or 0. Okay. Full disclosure, you agree? Yeah, no, because it was like you said in the past. You just had to like drag your toes until, like drag your feet until you could get to that point. Are you also looking for it? Guess think economic downslide is cheap. All right. I'm surprised that one is getting so much. Okay, something is going on that we're getting some type of weirdness. Yeah, so you're heading to go on break. You're heading to go on break. Okay. I think we just had like a weird thing where a lot of people are all trying to go on break at the same time. Your prices are cheap. That's fine. All right. I was trying to remember. Yeah. I was trying to remember with those that there was like an upgrade or whatever you could do. So one other thing I might consider is I have these fake doors in the back of here. I could potentially sneak a staffing room in the back of one of these buildings and then have like an employee walk path to go around here to the back. And then have like the vendor break room right there. The other one is to potentially hide one over here somewhere so that the staff members working this area can get back. Yeah, so unfortunately we're having a little bit of break in our income just because of everyone have to go on break. I think it's just kind of they all went on break same time due to the reload. That, like, it triggered something with their event planning. Hard mode of any sort seems like a slog now. If you want to build pretty, but you're glad to see your gameplay that it's not totally impossible. Yeah, no, and we're still very, very early in. And, like, full disclosure, I do have debt and a decent amount of it, but we are paying it back down. And I only took the debt because I wanted to build the roller coaster. But, the roller coaster is making me, like, it should be getting profitable soon. Like, we're making almost 5,000 a day. Yeah, so we got a lot of reports of pickpocketing. Alright. But yeah, so we should be fine with that, though, because I think the big idea is a bunch of your money is going to come from this stuff, your challenges, where they give you like 3, 4, and 5,000. Yeah, so we're taking a pretty hard hit on a lot of stuff because of all the pickpocketing. Oh, you know what we need to do? Facilities. Oh, you know what? I think I kind of miss the old research where it was like, I want to research a roller coaster. And then, after a while, be like, you unlocked whatever roller coaster. I understand the deterministic has its benefits, where you can just kind of go down this list. Alright, so I was been thinking another one. Yeah, like they could have had so many of the shops locked behind that. So I believe there is an ATM. Or am I thinking a different game at this point? That must have been Planet Coaster 1 or Planet Zoo. It's been so It's been so long that I blur the lines between the two. Okay, we're at $4,000 in climbing. When I hit... Yeah, no ATMs exist, but guest wallets are infinite. Yeah, I think it may have been Planet Coaster 1 that had the ATMs, because I remember the whole thing. You'd build the bathroom, you get the ATM, you get the, one person who gives a gift, you'd get your food, and you get your drink. I do know that was the thing that they added in this one, that people have different dietary needs and all that. Yep, no, exactly. Yeah, either they get unhappy and they leave, or, like, eventually just leave just because. Alright, about 5,000 and climbing. Why do you still not have a staff member? We should have... let's see. So you have break in progress. Ah, it's because... Okay, they're on their way back from break. It's just a matter of I had too many going on break at the same time, but that's okay. I can get another ride attendant, which is probably the right move. I should probably do that. So let's grab another ride attendant, and we're going to immediately go in and say, welcome to the team. On your first day, the pay we agreed to, yeah, you're not getting that much. We're cutting your pay. That way it'll be a little bit better about managing breaks, and then we'll have a little bit more buffer. So we can have more people go on break before it becomes a problem. Alright. I've also found it interesting that so far we haven't run into sunburns, because that's supposed to be worse than it was, and on the hard mode difficulty, or the hard difficulty on challenge mode, it's supposed to be even more of a thing. And I definitely remember the last update I played, which is right when they introduced that. You had to be, like, really on top of the shade. Alright, Irich, you have a good one. And thank you again for checking out all that. Okay, we've already got someone who's on their way to work that. That's fine. Yeah, we're hovering around this. Like I said, we are slowly dealing with that debt. Alright, so what I think we're going to try doing is, let's say we can't get that pool pass to any kind of use. So, there's probably a mistake. Oh, you're gonna let me get more loan. I actually don't want to get that much more loan. I'm juggling the whole thing just because... So I'm curious with the loan. The amount you can borrow is based on your park's overall value. Right, so you can borrow more. The total value of everything in your park. You pay back your loan through cut of all your sales, which will reduce your overall profits until the loan is repaid. The more you borrow, the higher the cut. Right. So it does pay itself off automatically through this cut. Which is, again, rough. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to borrow a bunch of money, which it probably shouldn't. So it's going to increase my stuff there. But I want to get the pool online, because we got a challenge for the pool thing. That'll be more money. It'll be another thing for my people to do. Okay. Trying to think of how I ultimately want to shape this thing in the long run. Rounding a bunch of these corners. Okay, and what we can also do is clean up these areas. Not sure I love that. Yeah. That might just have to be cursed for right now. It's okay. So we got our money. What's interesting is I'm willing to bet. I'm going to try something that we shouldn't. I'm willing to bet you could Control Z this back out of here after taking the money and you'd keep the money. We're not going to do that because that seems super cheesy. But with the way that worked, I do want to fix this corner though. We are going to Control Z our way to that corner being fixed. Come on, there we go. Okay. That corner's fine. Alright, so let's go to the path tool here, the rounding tool. Around these ones. And that'll work for now. Okay, so we've got our pool. We're going to unpause again. Alright, so we need a couple of things going on at the pool. Because right now the pool is incredibly unsafe and boring. So we need to go to the pool. Uncomfortable pool temperature. We also need the filtering. Let's get the filtering set up. So for the filtering with the pools and all that, what you have is you have a water filtration pad and a water pump. Total uptime. The water pump. Okay. So we have the first thing here. That's going to go in our cave down below. Alright, that tells me that's time to build up the mountain some more. So I continue to hide our place down here. Alright, so with this we'll need facilities. We need the water pump. Here, let's do this in order that makes sense. Okay, so first, pathing tool, staff paths, stamp, change the color, that's actually fine. Place you here, that's fine. Now we're going to go over here to facilities. We want the water pump. Okay, that is facing the right way. Cool. Before we get too far, I'm going to want to pop in down here and do a couple of things. Let's go ahead and get scenery, lights, lights. We will change it to be the gray like the other one was. Turn that on. You've got you on. Alright, so that means we've got our water production stuff. That's necessary for the pool to work. And then we will have facilities, water filtration pad. And you have to connect you over. Yeah, so now if we look at this, why did you go there? Alright, let's fix that. That's not what I want. Okay. Alright, 1 second. I'm gonna need to redo this part. Okay. Let's try this again. Only without being utterly cursed. Okay, so we've got you connected to those. You got connected to water. Yep, so you need lifeguards, that's fine. So go here. Watercolor? Oh no. Why would you give me this power? Why? Why would you give me this? What was the color I put down for the first one? Can you make it Dayglow green? I mean, you could definitely make it a, this is like 100% just an algae bloom green. Like glowing I can't quite get to. But, you know, you can get it to be some pretty unsafe looking water. I'm definitely leaning more towards the orange though. Because the orange definitely gives it like, you just straight up grabbed like sewage water or something like that. Excellent. Everyone's favorite. Back to what I was going to do. So we have the heat map here. Yeah, no, I get what you're going for with like the toxic waste cover. It's just unfortunately it doesn't look like it can quite pull that off. So with that, we should have most of the pool covered. 91%. That's fine, right? It is being filtered. We have an uncomfortable pool temperature status. You can turn those on and off. So suggested heater count 4. And for those who are like, wait, heaters? This is part of the new update here. Where basically you have to deal with, during the winter, this pool will literally freeze. Okay. Oh, I have to go around the pool. I don't remember that being a thing. That explains. It's like, why can't I go there? I'm leaning towards potentially moving you to be back here as well. And it could just hide it back there where we just treat it like there's a little facility back there. Alright. So we've got all that. Uncomfortable pool temperature. They'll get that sorted. The last thing I need to do is I need to go to the scenery stuff. We could probably unpause this now. Oh, I'm also gonna need pool stuff. So we could start by going and saying, okay, if you want to dive, you got 2 little spots for diving over there. You can climb out of the pool here and here. Right over there. Right over here. Down here. And down there. We have like the lower dives down there, all facing each other. It'll be perfectly safe. Don't worry about it. Okay. And add a bunch of places for people to rest along the sides of the pool. And I'm putting them in little clusters here. We got a wave pool thing going on. Alright, so the scenery's not super high. The prestige is whatever. So looking at the prestige, the pool experience is pretty solid. We have one wave machine, so that's +8. We could add a couple of water jets to it. That'd give us a little bit more. And then we'd end up wanting to add scenery around the pool. The scenery... Oh, those are lazy river jets. I'm actually curious if we can make a proper current here. There's a jet there. There's a jet here. There's a jet here. There's a jet there. Jet there. Jet there. That shouldn't be enough to matter. But you are reachable. But you don't have the fence there and everything. I literally heard the person work on it. It might have just been while I was like refreshing and all that. Okay, so we got a new one here. 2 new flat rides. We can probably do that. Alright. So the scenery thing is not great. We do have the jets that help a little bit. The flume/water slides, we don't have those yet. We're not ready for that. If we get more scenery, that'll help our prestige. We are looking at the pool has been heated to a proper, comfortable temperature. And yep, that'll be fine there. Now, before I forget, we have a very important thing we must do. Is that I need to find my lifeguards and I need to underpay them. There we go. Alright, so we've got that all going on. This looks like lake water. Which is fine when you're swimming in a lake, but seeing lake water and you're in like a pool at a theme park does not instill the highest level of comfort in what's going on. Now, so let's grab... you. Oh, come on. That was dumb of me. So one thing I kind of want to do is I want to break this so they go through this. People are saying that the pricing on here is cheap. I'm okay with that, because as long as there's not a line there, and you think yours is also cheap, and I mean, they're charging almost the full price. Why is the slide worth so much? I don't understand. That they're saying is cheap. And this they're saying is too expensive. So drop that down to 863. Dismiss all those messages. Okay, so what I was doing here is I want to go over here and get some lights around the edges. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so you need to be higher. Okay, we'll need to rotate you. Yep, so now I'm just setting a bunch of lights around here. And the whole time we're slowly paying off our loan again. And improving the scenery around the pool, which will boost its, boost people's like of it and all that. Okay. Almost got the lighting around the outside. I actually feel like we should have one in between here too. All right. And one more at the corner. Okay, so with that, we got lights all around the pool. So it now has a scenery of 74%. So we're going to have to add a little bit more scenery to it. We should be able to pop in here and add, I believe there is under lights and under the towers, there's like bouncing jellyfish. That's 75. $76. Let's go scenery here. That's the pool stuff. I think there's smaller jellyfish too. Okay. We got a bunch of jellyfish over the pool. That has us at 80%. So we need a little bit more going on here. You've got park speakers and all that. And we've got a bunch of the animatronics. So I can add an animatronic right here. And then what we can do is we can hide the machinery on the bottom a little bit. Okay, so just have him chilling over there. Animatronic partially hidden. That puts us up to 83%. We have a couple more animatronics we can put around there. So there was also like singing fish. Big dolphin balloon. Okay, we got the western, we got that thing. We got the spider. A bunch of other garbage. Got more balloons and Medusa and all that stuff. Yeah, it was you. %. We can just get a little bit more in there. We should be good. And I don't believe there's any more animatronics that really would fit the theme here. Not that I can think of. Yes, that's what we got there. I could potentially pop down here and build some structure around these two. Even though it's not actually a thing you gotta worry about. But we could use that as a source of scenery. Alright, so let's see. The aqua. That's a half wall. Probably approach it from this side, so we can go to that. And I should be able to go scenery. So interestingly enough, it doesn't want to cooperate with that, but that's fine. We can just do this manually. Okay. Just like a little fence-off area. And even though that's clearly not supposed to be that way, I kind of actually like that the control panel is just sticking through the wall there. It's not perfect, but we can clean that up. That bumps it up to 85%. We still need to get a little bit more going on here. All right. Hey, Ronger, thank you for the 130 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Means a heck of a lot. We can paint the ground here real fast to make it make more sense. So kind of a sand spot right here. How are you doing? Still 86%. But if we look at that, we're starting to get actually some pretty solid attendance in that pool. The guest capacity for the pool is 182, and we have 100 people in there right now. So scenery, we probably need to add stuff to the pool itself. Okay. They're just adding a bunch of, like, supersized coral and all that. That one's just too deep. All right, I'm gonna change that watercolor. That's actually bothering me a lot more than it should. Like very genuinely, like that watercolor is utterly cursed. There, that's fine. Yeah, so thank you so much for the 130 stream streak. I do appreciate it. So what do we got going on here? Many guests are reporting being pickpocketed. Okay. Generator's in poor shape. Get it to it. Dismiss that. Alright, so the pool is going pretty well. We can also check on the scenery, pool stuff. Potentially adding more places to sunbathe could help. That's not a good place for it. Alright, so we check the pool now. We're at 88%. Alright, what can we also do? Let's add a couple more ladders. Put a ladder in the utility area. Ladder over there. Got the jets and all that. Alright. The security camera here. It's weird that it's showing that up there, though. Let's get rid of that. I'm a little concerned it just won't work. Because that one shows it at the base. Alright. It's not angle snap. So we got that one done. Okay, so we basically added some coverage with the security camera there. We have a camera hidden over here to watch that area. Camera hidden there to watch this area. And honestly, we'll stop there, because I want to say the cameras actually have an upkeep cost individually. Let's see. That's fine. That's fine. Alright. And you are up to 88%. So it's looking like I probably just need a second security person. We're getting endless reports of pickpockets, and it's just going to be one of those things that's just going to need to happen. So let's go ahead, and with that, we can go here. Staff. Need to make sure no one's being overpaid. There we go. So far, none of them are actually upset about the fact that I'm underpaying them. It's warning me that it's impacting the morale, yet they all seem to be content to keep working. So, you know, that's kind of on my staff at this point, that they need to stand up for themselves against the tyrant that is me. Because they certainly deserve better. What happens if I make one of you big? It's probably going to be terrible, right? Still 88%. How's the heat map looking? I think we'll be fine with that for right now. So one thing I probably need to do is, you notice that's like deep red right there. It's deep red because that's all our staff areas. Let's also take a look at what we've got going on. So the general mood is mostly happy people. I got a cluster of unhappy people. You are desperately hungry and you are going home because of it. That sounds like a you problem. Entertainment, everyone's doing well. Hunger, we got a bunch of yellow all over the place. A little packet of red there. Thirst, mostly green to yellow with a packet right there of red, who makes sense. Restroom, we got some yellow back there. So we could probably use the restroom there. Energy, mostly fine. Nausea, no one's got nausea. Panic, no one's got panic. Souvenir, we got a handful of people who want a souvenir. Warmth, everyone's content. Sun cream. We got some that are like red, but all that. Dryness. Everyone's fine. Overall, guest tolerance. It doesn't really give me any useful information. Panic. So some of these rides cause a little bit of panic. Nausea, they cause a little bit of nausea. Ride height, not a big deal. Ride speed, not a big deal. The queue. Alright, that's useful. So we see that the queue for this ride is very long. So we're going to go ahead and bump this up. The $20 is the max price it goes. I'm going to go to you. And go to your thing. I can bump your price up. And say $45 is the max you go. And that's just what they're going to live with. Alright, G-Force is no big deal. Staff morale. They're all solidly yellow. Staff pay. That's what you like to see. They're all solidly red. Staff breaks. Mostly green with 1 or 2 reds who are working their way to the break room. Our power grid is covering everything. Our water is covering our 1 pool. And the water cleanliness is fine. Profit, everything is profitable. Solid green across the board. Scenery score is mostly good. Temperature, the water temperature is apparently not great. And interestingly enough, so the yellow is warm. The outside is cool. So we got some places that we have warmth being held underneath them. Yeah, so all in all, the warmth isn't too bad. We got all these, like, indoor areas. Oh, the red is saying it's actually hot. Okay, so this is good. The red is good. That means it's solidly warm and comfortable. The blue is a little bit nippy. The yellow is, like, in the sweet spot in here in between. So it's looking like we're moving our way into winter. Shade. Huh. Just everything is shaded? No, it's... This is exposed, that's shaded. They should really have different colors here. Like this, it doesn't matter what the other color here is, should be, but it should be a different color. Thunderstorm risk. So generally speaking, the risk is fairly low for everything except for the cash burner, which is just a lightning rod. And then for condition, we got you. We'll call a mechanic. And you. We'll call him. Oh, that's $1,000. Call a mechanic. All right. Good thing you've got a lightning rod. Yup. Let's see here. So you're dirty and need cleaning. Call the janitor. People are finding the bank breaker too expensive. I'm okay with that because that's dynamic pricing coming into effect. So it was ramping up the price and... Whoa! Who's vandal? We got people vandalizing stuff? Get out of my park. Okay, well, looks like the security team, that's both my security people. Alright. We got 2 guests vandalized stuff and pretty quickly got caught. All in all, things are going pretty solidly. Okay, so let's check on our queue of what the next thing they want me to do so far as the challenges. So they want us to advertise roller coasters. I can't do that till I have 2. They want us to build a roller coaster, which is going to cost me way more. And they want me to build 2 more flat rides, which would be pretty easy to do. We can pop over here somewhere, like put a you know, path over this way, maybe cut over there and build some more flat rides out in this area. Because then later on we can build another roller coaster and like wind it through here kind of thing. Alright. How much money do I have borrowed though? I have a lot borrowed. And they are slowly paying it down. That was up to sales cut 18%. It's already chipped it down to 16%. That is one nice thing, it seems. As I become more profitable, the speed of which I pay down the loan speeds up. Because they're taking the same percentage cut. But ultimately, I'm just getting more money. Like, the same percentage cut means more money if my total is higher. Alright, so we did more flat rides. One thing I can do here is I've got a giant mountain of research. So let's go ahead and we can grab the tower flat rides are really good. The special flat rides, the spinning flat rides, the wheel flat rides, the swinging arm flat rides, the swinging flat rides, the spinning flat rides, and the wheel flat rides. You get how fast research is. We just went all the way through all that. So we got a bunch of new stuff here. So the things we're going to need to figure out is where I'm building these. Like I said, I'm leaning towards having this path extend. Then... Sir? You're doing a pool group activity. You are panicked. That is fair? I would be panicked in your circumstance as well. You are moving direction towards the pool. Current move is desperate. Sure. Brooks Cruise? Don't worry, man. You're almost there. You'll get home soon. I don't know how you got there, and if I could pick you up, believe me, I would. Alright, now he submerged himself fully under the ground. Okay, now you're content. Okay. Brooks sorted himself out. I appreciate a guest who could sort themselves. Yeah, well, they were status dry because they were moving through the ground here. And then they will go back to being wet once they're over on the other side. Oh, so let's go here. No rails right now. Alright, like I said, planning to put some more flat rides over here. Alright, so we unlocked a ton of flat rides, and the money is just coming in, so create custom. We can get the tower rides. So the Sky Tower is a pretty solid one. It's super duper duper tall. So this thing will absolutely have problems during lightning storms. We also have the smaller version of it, which is this one. We do have the airdrop. That's apparently considered a tower ride as well. Okay. So with this, that would give us another flat ride towards getting some more cash. Yeah, we'll want to hide the base of this too. I haven't done that yet. We can worry about that in a minute. Yeah, so honestly, I could put a tower right here. It'd be a little snugged in there, but I could squeeze it here, and then I could put another one over there. And this would make it in range of my existing power, which is part of the reason I'm leaning towards that. So let's go ahead and snug it right up next to that track, really as close in there as I can get it. Alright, I think that needs to move. I like the idea of that, but I'm gonna have to figure out how I want to do the line for it. So let's go ahead and grab the flat ride, the little tower. What I could do is deliberately press it against this here. And have them exit out the other side or something. Okay. Just barely. All right. So the question is, I can make the entrance queue go over this side, down, and around. This exit could go here, and then we'll have the fast pass drop down there. So let's try and get all that sorted. I don't know if this is going to work, but there's only one way to find out. So there's the fast pass entrance. All right. And then high priority. So let's start working on this. So we want to grab you. You are the exit. Let's go here. We've been using kind of the wood planks as our exits. And that's just going to go straight on down. Okay, so now I can get back out of here. And we'll need to have our next one, which would be our actual queue. Oh, weird. That's usually the style of queue I use most runs. Oh, it's probably because this is the first proper ride we're building since I reloaded. We've been making all of our entrances asphalt. There we go. Because we spare no expense. All right. Still don't like it. We can change your settings to go to conforming. Come on, man. Stop fighting me here. What I'm trying to do is get it to... There we go. Go to the ground. Then curve it over here. I've got the long normal queue. Now you got the fast pass. Oh, I see. I just ramped the ground up to... You know what? I'm okay with the ground being ramped up. We can raise the ground to this one. That'll be fine. Let's go ahead and go with that. I don't see a reason not to. Just gonna quickly... get this all built up here. Build this up here on this side. All right. Okay, so we got that. Now I could smooth it a little so it's not quite as rough along the edges. Alright. And there's stuff we can do to decor that to make it less cursed. Alright, so it's just stationed up a little hill. I'll put like some little faux supports over there. They're not required to do anything. What are your complaints? The crime has been caught on camera. Alright, so... set notification category. I want... So the thing is, I do want them to have, like, a separate thing. Or like that I could say, hey, this specific style thing. But this is guests entirely. Which is not really what I want. I want to be able to go and say, hey, these pickpocketing ones, leave me alone. Alright, so we're working on that. That's good. How are we doing in power before we start build, actually get that next ride built? Power Generator 3 is not accessible by staff. I had this once before, where even though it's connected by paths, it kept complaining about it. Power Generator 3? Oh, I was trying to build one, I guess, on accident. Wait, that's implying that I've overloaded my power. Because both of them said 0 available. That's what I need to figure out, is I need to figure out how I'm doing in my power. Do I need another power generator? Facilities. We could technically build the solar panels and all that. And the cost per unit is substantially lower. Power available 140. There we go. That's all I need to know. So we've got like a whole generator's worth of power available. That's fine. Okay. So this is one of our flat rides. We want to go in here and say bargain pricing. It's set it, so now dynamic pricing. I seem to find putting it to that is good. And then we bounce that price to be significantly higher because, we're a very customer-centric place. As in, extracting everything we can from the customer at any and all costs. Alright. So we got the, we've got another tower to name and all that. Let's see, a drop in savings. Cool. And all in all, I think you're ready to open. And so now we need to go and actually get some scenery around it, because it's got a scenery level of 16, because it's just barely getting the edge of all that. So we want to go and fix that. So we'll exit out of this, we can pop down here. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put some faux supports on this. So actually, one moment. Let's go to you. And change music. What do we got here? Something different. Sunrise. Ocean's Call. Spaghetti roller coaster. Peoples of the Sand. The Ballad of Tentifu. The Lost Lagoon. Franken Coaster. Storm Cloud. Okay. Oh, I just realized. So I can actually, for us listening, I could literally hit the playlist and just have it play for us. That's cool. Alright, so we got that all set up. So now, as like I said, we wanna get some more scenery bonus on this, and we also kind of want to hide the bottom of this thing a little bit, or at least make it look a little better. So let's go to our construction, go to our columns. So that's stucco, wood, yeah, that'll do. Alright, so what we want to do is we do want to say, do not angle to surface. And then we can go here. We can duplicate that. And then again. And so now it looks like we have some proper supports going on for this. That looks pretty bad over there, so let's fix that. There. Okay, so you are now open. What do we got? People saying anything? Or they just haven't gone there yet? Alright, so they haven't gone there yet. That's totally fine. We want to attach more scenery. Add objects. Alright. So we got our support over there. We should try and figure out what I want to decorate in between here with. We've done a lot of rocks already. Oh, I need lights still before we get too far. Because that'll help the surrounding area. So let's get our lights. I just realized I have the wrong pavement for this area. We could fix that here in just a moment. Also, keep noticing that I have a bunch of these that are accidentally tipped, which messes with them when I move them around. How are you finding the park building? I'm very much enjoying it. I like Planet Coaster. It's not a perfect game. Certainly not. But it's a good game. We are playing on the hard challenge mode, so it's been a bit rougher to get a bunch of these things sorted. But that's the whole point of being a hard mode. Okay, before we do that, you're still tipped. Also, low-key, listening to that music, it very much makes me think I'm listening to, like, you know, some action sequence in some, like, anime or something. Like, you know, Goku doing training or some nonsense. All right. Like, it's doing, it's not Simlish in this game, it's whatever they call theirs. But it's the same thing. Oh, hang on. I'm messing up because I actually grabbed the object itself. Okay, so need to fix your stuff. There we go. Oh, I canceled it. Alright, it was... The problem here was it was tipped back. And tipped over. It's still not right. In so very many ways. I need to clean up that duplication right here. It's fine. We just have a contractor who doesn't know how to use a level. That's all. Alright, so we got our lights all set up. So now we go to this thing. The new scenery bonus is 75%. That was the reason I was like, okay, I should just take the time to get that sorted. That'll boost that. So now I have to worry about trying to get a little bit more scenery bonus. So we got fencing we can put up here. All right. Let's see. Align with surface, no. I mean, the base we have over there is brick. Okay. You need to clean that. And then you need to go and repair that. And then you need to repair this. You can dismiss all those. All right. Okay, you're in poor condition. Call the mechanic to get that. Alright, so we're just slowly getting this work done. Do you prefer custom-made roller coasters or pre-made? I usually use I usually make my own. It's usually my preference on how to deal with it. How goes the development of the Vomit Cycle MK6? We don't have anything that intense yet. We'll get there. Right now we're doing a challenge mode kind of thing where money's a bit tougher. So we've actually been dealing with mostly, unfortunately, a lot of flat rides, because that's what I can afford. And then with the challenge mode, they'll pay you for doing stuff. But I do need to get some roller coasters happening sooner rather than later. Okay, so let's go over here and duplicate you. Need to rotate you about 90 degrees. And fence you in. So what we're going to do is we're going to just kind of bustle this corner just a little bit. All right. And so that puts us up to 84%. And so we just put some like bushes or whatever up here, we should be good. The symmetry. Oh, if you need symmetry, this is not the game for you. There's a lot of really cool things you can do with that, but getting like perfect symmetry, you can do it, but it is such a pain. All right. Okay, and you are now at 100% scenery bonus. All right, so that's another ride done. And we are just slowly making profit now. How are we going so far as our loan payoff? Yes, our loan has dropped a couple more $1,000 because of the way the loans get paid off in this game. Actually, it works pretty smoothly. So now I need another flat ride to make us happy. I want to add something onto this terrain because it looks like this spot here and over there, there's just too much just ground visible. All right, call a mechanic and repair that. And I'm very concerned that that hasn't been serviced in a while. All right, so I think we're at the point of calling in our mechanic. And we might genuinely be getting close to the point that I will actually maybe not horrifically underpay my staff. I know, it feels weird. All right, let's go to our staff. So right now, that's a lot. We're going to keep underpaying our staff for the moment. As they start getting upset, we will bump their pay up to normal. To slowly transition them up. All right, so with these, what I'm thinking is getting some shrubs in here. We'll want random scale, random position, random rotation. Put wild garlic. Planters. I mean, well, the planters don't count that. Flowers. Here we go. So not shape. We're just looking for kind of just random flowers. There, that does. So it's at least not just plain grass. Because as you can see, plain grass ends up looking pretty artificial. Now, the next thing I need to do that I forgot about, we need to go to paint. We need to go customize. And we want you to be asphalt. Because I didn't want you to change styles. Wait, when did they switch? Okay, is there an eyedropper tool? Copy existing texture. Okay, that's all we need to do. There. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. What time is it? Oh, it's getting a little late. Time is flying. I'm glad people are like hanging out and enjoying this and all that. I very much enjoy the Planet Coaster games. Because you can sit here and just spend hours and hours and hours just adding to your park, doing all that stuff, getting all the aesthetics up. So you should be at 100% now. Yes, you're at 100%, you're at 100%, you're at 100%, 90%, 100%. You're still going to be, I don't know why I can't get you to be happy. 30%, 75%, 100%. The pool is at 88%. Oh, the pool's not named. Let's see, this will be the money pit, but wet. Alright. Cool. So to go to our challenges here, we have the roller coaster advertising. I need a second roller coaster to do that. We have one for building a coaster with 2 inversions. I want to do that, but that's going to cost us at least like $20,000, which I don't have. But oh, weird. You don't count as a flat ride? Lies. Lies and fabrication. Also, I almost forgot. We need to go over here and grab the benches. Okay, we got a bunch of benches. Chuck some strategic trash cans down. Alright. So weirdly, that one did not count as a flat ride. It is a tower ride, but that is under the flat category. So you want me to build... Oh, less than 3.5 fear. Okay, so we can't just do any flat ride this one. Yeah, and that's a 3.83. Reading is important. So we've already got the high roller. So it needs to have a fear of less than 3.5. We have the tiny eye. I don't have one of those. So that's a fairly low intensity ride. And while I technically could fit it here, making the paths be hell. So I think what we do... The radius? Alright, I'm curious. Yeah, so put the radius on this side. Okay, so... We'll put the... entrance there, the exit here. Before anything else happens, we're going to go here, enable the fast pass. It's going to be back there. We will have the fast pass be prioritized over everyone else, and then we're going to set the pricing to dynamic. And we're going to say the maximum pricing and time 1200, $16. What do we got going here? Radius does not have a powder. Radius, yeah, it's fine. All that's fine. You also have some critical warnings over here. Poor condition. All that. Dismiss all these. Alright, so let's get the radius set up. We do need to get another power distributor out of here. Okay, so we've got you set up. Alright, so now we need to connect things with the paths first. So we will do our exit path, so we'll need to choose this. And you can actually go with all these paths. Like, I'm just kind of making them these ways. But you can go with these kind of paths and do all sorts of ridiculous stuff with them. I'm just choosing for my own personal taste to keep my paths consistent. Okay, so there's our quick line. And now we need our normal entrance. There's the normal entrance. So with that, you will be able to open. So let's change your music. Let's see. Something that sounds like it's a fun song. Sure. Oh, I will need to go here and do that. So the ride sequence, loop is the only option. I could technically make it loop twice to add more value. But in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and just slam that sucker open. It's got a scenery bonus of a stick in the eye. That's a lot of benches. Yeah, I'm not a monster like real theme parks. Where you're like, I need to sit, my feet hurt. You're like, nah, man, we don't do that here. Paying customers only. No, your price of admission does not count as paying. You gotta go buy some food if you want to sit. Also, shade is not something we offer. So while I am price gouging the hell out of my customers, they are gonna get seats. We're not monsters. Okay, so we can also go to our flat rides. So we need it to be below 3.5 fear for this. No shade, no shame, no share, no shade. You make them stand. Yeah, well, I mean that's the way real theme parks do it. If we're being real here. Real theme parks are just like, no, people who sit stay longer without paying for things. No seat for you. Okay, so entrance here. Exit over there. Alright, now I need to go over here. There's the exit path. Yeah, because you have an energy rating on your people, so if you make them stand everywhere. You didn't have power to open? Oh, because I tucked you back there. We can fix that. Let's move you up in front. I can just hide that. Okay, and then last but not least. Oh, I haven't added your quick service. Your quick pass. So we add the fast pass. Maximum priority. You got a fast pass. You paid extra. We treat you like royalty, at least in the means of dealing with lines. All right. All right, I want a little bit of a gap here. And I want the gap just because it makes it easier to make things not look awful. Okay, that just raised the ground up. I can live with that. Alright. Open you, go here. Change music. Sure. Alright, so with both of them, they're both all hooked up. They've got everything sorted out. Make half the seats pass. Can you even do that? I've not seen that as a mechanic. It does feel like the kind of thing you might be able to do. And with that, we got our 2 flap rides with under that amount of fear. So we're still working our way towards that. If we check on this, I still have so much research I don't even know what to do with it. Honestly, well, we'll wait there because it might ask me to research more. So I'm assuming that this one, those are on a pivot that it spins fast enough that they swing. Yeah, the one. So if you ever want like a really wild type of like Ferris wheel, there's Mickey's Happy Fun Wheel or whatever they've called it nowadays. It's a Ferris wheel where they have like these oval tracks, like roller coaster track that the thing is positioned on, and so it like moves back and forth on that as you move it down. In Roller Coaster Tycoon 3, you could charge for the toilets. You work 20 cents to ensure every guest paid. Oh, don't you worry. Don't you worry. Our toilets are 90 cents. Don't you worry. You will be paying for your toilet. Okay, so we're probably going to need more places to get snacks and all around here. Okay, so this is basically a giant slow-moving Ferris wheel kind of thing. That's fine. Okay, so we need to come up with a name for you. The Cycle of Debt. Excellent. You tried 30 cents, but 70% would walk away. Yeah, no, this game you can push it pretty far. So yeah, the bumping derby. Puts a dent in the wallet. You'd rather piss your pants for free? Oh, I know some people are like, holy, not down to, like, absolutely would never pay for a toilet. There are places in the world where paying for a toilet is just normal. Like when you're out and about. Oh, you have the random scale turned on. Alright, hang on. I'll have to do something else for the lights on this path. Alright. Okay, I think we're at the point I need a second janitor. And per tradition, the first thing we do after we get our new staff is we look at their wages and go, nope. Nope. And they will eventually get fed up with this, by the way, and quit. But so far, I don't believe any of them have got to the point of actually being upset in any capacity. They're just complaining about it. So, all words, no action. I'm not liking that yellow. That yellow's gotta go. Can I change your style entirely? Yeah, it's a little better. Cool. Alright, so we need to get some scenery going. So what scenery do we want to do? I'm leaning towards if we can find some cars or whatever to like have wrecked pieces of car. So we got wrecked ship hulls, which is not exactly what I'm looking for. Yes, we're looking for props here. It's got vehicles. Get all spaceship and submarine parts. Not really what I was looking for. Targets. Oh yeah! I forgot they added this. For those who don't know, they added it so you can actually put down a vehicle ride and have it follow the track. And you can have the vehicle that can shoot the targets and all that. So like your, you know, like where you go into the parks, they have like the little mounted thing on the thing where you aim and you like push the button and, you know, shoot the little targets and all that. You can add that in this game now. That was a fairly recent addition. That's statues. Statue and centerpieces. Miscellaneous. I'm looking for, like, broken junk and all that. There's, like, lots of stuff that's, like, farming stuff and all that. Lots of older-timey stuff. I might just have to accept him doing something else style-wise. Because my thought there had been to, just have a bunch of scattered parts laying around, so it's like a junkyard going up to it. But I'm not seeing what I would need to make that happen. That's fine. In the meantime... And that. Yeah, no, it doesn't seem like they got much car props. Like Formula 1, you can do a you can kind of like do like a race car, like NASCAR kind of race car type thing. They've got a bunch of random little lights along the line, perfect for everyone to hit their ankles on. And this is the fast pass line that goes straight on up in there. Okay, so let's check on our... So 16% scenery bonus, 38%. Alright, so we have a lot of room here. This is honestly probably not a bad place to go and add like another employee break room and that kind of stuff. So I think I'm going to make like a little plaza here for a little bit more food, that kind of thing. Because that'll give its scenery bonus to that. So let's go ahead and start working on that. So just like before, I'm going to go ahead and choose the path, stencil. The style of path is going to be a sand path. Because I can also hide the distributor inside the building. Okay. So start with this. Alright. So we're going to want a second set of toilets. A second changing room. And we're not going to have like the separate restaurant, all that. So we've got a place that's already doing the burgers. We can go ahead and do some gelato here. And so I'll take care of that. Then go to the drinks. So you got the soda down below. We got the latte over there as well. We've got juice, light, and slush hour. Let's go ahead and do... Let's go ahead and do the juice. And then we're also going to want a souvenir thing. We already have a hat's fantastic, a momentum, and a loony balloons. Actually, I think I have all those. Oh, we don't have the splash zone. Yeah, so get the splash zone thing. Okay, so I've got food, drink, souvenir, restroom, changing room. Is there anything else we should probably add in here? I did mention that I should probably sneak a small staff building in here somewhere. It is annoying that the staff building does create a very significant penalty to aesthetics. You have to like hide it in decorations. Alright, so what we're going to do here. So none of that's open yet. Delete that. Delete this. Delete you. Okay, so we're going to need to make a path. It is a staff path. Alright. We want to edit this building. Scenery, construction, walls. And what style of walls do we want this time? We got a regular old wood wall. I can get behind that for this one. And I'll move that in a minute. Okay, so we got all those. Over here, I'm going to put a door. And I'll put the facades for the shops here. Okay, so you're wooden. What I want to find now is that frame. And even though it doesn't matter because it's an internal wall, Gonna make things look better here. Pause that for a second. All right, now we go back to editing the building. All right. So next we need to get some roof going on it. So let's see what we got for roofs here. We got the wooden roof here. Oh, I didn't position that right in the first place. Okay. Oh, I don't want to do it that way. Hang on. Let's do the roof first. And now I need to find the flat part. And the reason I'm doing this is so I can have an overhang for where the guest sits. It'll make it warm for when it's snowing and all that. It'll also block the sunlight so they don't get sunburned while they're sitting there. Which is a mechanic in the game now. Alright, so we can go to the walls again. Like I said, all this will count as scenery for the ride. Which should help both rides. Okay, so now I need to grab you. Okay, so we got all that. Now I need to put some columns here to make it not look ridiculous. Let's see. There we go. Cool. So now next thing I need is I need some lights down here. So let's go here to scenery, lights, wall lights, that's chandeliers, clear that, wall lights. And see what we can find for lights that might make sense up here. And now I can go to our benches and all that. We can get some benches down here so people can actually eat. We're not gonna have nearly as many benches that we have as like our main area, like a main restaurant or whatever you want to call it. We will want to have dedicated trash cans inside this general area. All right. Yeah, so it's still painfully dark to see. So let's go ahead and get ourselves a standing light of some kind. Something that would fit the general aesthetic of what's down there already. We don't really have something that does fit too well. And you're too tall. That'll work. Okay. So I've got all those. So we can open that. Sync prices. Open that. Sync prices. Okay, that's juice. There's no like upgrades or anything like that. Open you. Sync prices. So you can get... Alright. So we're going to add all of the things that don't add extra categories. Because it is one of those things that you got to watch with these. If I add like nuts to all of them, then people who can't have nuts won't be able to eat there. Like the pistachio is going to get the chopped nuts on there because it's already got nuts in it. We're adding no more food allergies to any of that stuff because otherwise some people won't be able to do it. Okay, and you're already settled. All right. Yeah, so it's, I mean, they call them food preferences, but yeah, basically that. All right. Drop in a very deep bucket. Drop in a deep bucket. Let's see, trying to just come up with different, like, names for all our different places that we've been running with this theme. You need to loo after that. I'm running out of ideas for, like, things to call half these places. Debt-inducing juice. Gelato. It's mostly artificial. I'm sure I horrifically misspelled that. You pay to poo. You owe us because I can't charge for changing rooms. All right, so we got that all set up. So let's see what our scenery score here is now. The scenery score is at 28%. Because luckily, yes, a small staff building is here. Only let's see, only required breaks. Meanwhile, we're going to edit building one more time, and I'm going to go scenery. Let's see. Signs. Do this. Oh. Sign singular. Scroll way to the bottom. Because we had one that was an overhanging sign. Yeah. So rotate you. Alright, so second day we had a 4.89 guest experience. Reputation is 4.86. Park rating is 2.3. Average number of rides per adult is 3.25. Average number of rides per child is 4.59. So you made a total of $59,000 that day. So we are doing plenty fine. Alright, so we've got all you set up. Okay. Family only. Because for those who missed, we are calling our staff members family. That's their official title. So instead of like cast members, staff, faculty, it's family. Because we're that kind of organization. A truly awful organization that just manipulates you into thinking that's thing. Alright. So everyone's starting to complain about the wages. Alright, so they want me to get a 2.5 rating, build an inverted coaster and all that. We're like a family here. Run away. Exactly. Family works for free, or at least less than minimum wage. Now you're talking. We're on the same page of what to expect in this place. Alright, so we're at 28%, so we need more scenery for these two rides. Meanwhile, let's go in here, go to our loan, and I'm going to hit this here. We're going to go ahead and pay off like 10,000 bucks. Because I keep looking at that and be like, I have so much money. And all that. But I really don't. Alright, so I think this will be another one that I'm going to raise the ground for. Lower the ground a little. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do this real fast. And then we're going to hit with the smooth tool. So basically, we're going to level all this ground up. Make it like a little hill that we're on. All right. And the smooth tool should make it more or less follow the pass height. Is that like indented just a little bit? And we'll be able to hide more of this later. The idea is one thing is you don't want all the ground to be flat. It will start to like really stand out. So little bits of elevation here and there, making like little hills that you like carve into. All of that can kind of help make it look a little bit better. So like that's the reason why we have like all of this over here. All that elevation and stuff popping out of it and all that is a little extra spice. But like right now, obviously that looks pretty bad, but we'll get there. Alright, so now we need to do something with this space up here to make it look a little bit better. We haven't done much with trees, and usually I actually do a lot of like putting trees throughout the entire park to like make it just look nice. So trees here. Let's see what we got for... Oh. Has like weird fake trees. Oh, they let you actually have like groves and all that. That's kind of cool. Weeping willows are such cool trees. So random scale. I don't actually like that. Basically, I don't want to hide the whole ride behind it. I know for game mechanics it doesn't matter. But it feels weird to me. That one's got to be moved. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? I'll start to be something. I've noticed we have one of these, the power went out. Let's pop in here. And that's what I was worried about. Okay, so you've got a bunch of our warnings. Cycle of Debt has a long queue time. You don't say. Long queue time? It doesn't have a long queue time. What are you talking about? Don't lie to me. Yeah, so everyone's morale has been impacted because we're paying them low. Don't turn those off. End of day report. Alright. Oh, long ride time. I literally have it just on its normal sequence. There's not a thing I can change. That's literally the exact ride time it always does. That feels like a mistake on their part. Alright, so let's check you. So, you need repairs. You need repairs. Get you repaired. Alright. I guess reported being pickpocketed. Alright, so I need to build more power. Now, we are at the point I actually can build better power, but I don't really have a good place to do it, so for the moment, we're not going to build better power, we're just going to go back here in the cave again. Okay, so staff path. There you are. Grab this light. There you are. Facilities, power, generator. And you're on the network. And both my mechanics are on their way there to get that sorted. So yeah, so it looks like the next thing I'm going to need to probably do is get this coaster with 2 inversions built. Long queue time, that's a price increase. We have dynamic pricing. Not only is it a price increase, it's an automatic price increase. Where we have it where it just keeps on raising its prices as long as the queue gets longer. Alright, so we got 39% scenery for this ride. We could certainly do better. What I need to figure out is what that better is. We've used the rocks and all that. I don't think it's a good fit for a cactus. Now I have more people complaining about me underpaying them. To which I say, get wrecked, nerd. You know, it just is what it is. Label crab hides their shame. Is there industrial stuff like barrels and storage containers? There are some. I haven't found quite what I'm looking for because I was looking for like industrial debris. So I had a bunch of fruit cargo. So let's see what we can find here for like vaguely beach stuff. We can go down here, we can find like a couple of palm trees. A couple of little palms. Many guests are complaining about pickpocketing. I'll deal with that in a second. Alright, let's go grab our train tool, paint. I want to make it look vaguely beach-esque. Alright. Okay, so you're up to 42% scenery. Let's see about some other kind of other palms and all that. Hey, Dread, how's it going? All right, now we're still at 44%. And it's mostly this back corner here isn't getting much of a scenery bonus. So let's see what we can do with this back corner to maybe boost it. The trees aren't doing a whole lot for us. Mostly they're not very expensive and all that. Alright, so let's try something other than that. We can go ahead and choose here. We can go to nature. Or wait, is that... Where's tropical? Alright, we can go here, choose the brush, a small, and we can go to tropical. Where are you at? Okay, tropical small plants. Scooch you over. Scooch you over. Scooch you over. Scooch you over. And scooch you over. Alright, so we just got a bunch of random tropical plants shoved down there. That's 49%, so we got more of that. But hey, Treacle, how's it going? And for those who... And Treacle under 95 stream streak, I really do appreciate that. Elegantly and demurely end with class streaking. Well, at least you're making sure when you're streaking that, you know, you're doing it with class. We get a bunch of aloe vera plants. That way everyone can go and stab themselves with all those spikies on the leaves. Because, you know, every single kid would be running up to those and messing with them and then poking themselves. At least the spikes on aloe vera are actually pretty minor. They're there, but they usually won't do that much. We see you sneaking there, brigand, on your feet. Yeah, no, aloe vera, like, usually, I haven't heard of using it for, like, a wound. Usually use aloe vera, though, for, like, sunburn, stuff like that. It's a really good, like, genuinely good home remedy. Like, there's some home remedies where it's just a whole bunch of, like, hooey. But then you have the occasional one where it's, like, no, genuinely, like, cutting the leaves and, like, taking the green goop. Well, the green goop feels slimy and gross. When you got a sunburn, that stuff is gold. It really takes the edge off of it. Okay, 52%. Man, it has taken a lot to get you to be content. I'm going to probably leave it for that, like that for now. What'll end up happening is as time goes on, that will start to boost as we get other rides going on. Cool, so we got like this weird tropical garbage here. We should probably actually fill in this area with more of the tropical plants. Alright, so for you, shrink you a little bit. Just yank that. There. You make this look a little less awful by lifting the ground up to its height. We're going to go through here. We're going to fill all this in. And then we'll clean it up on the other side. Okay. And now we smooth this out. It's not quite as jaggy and messy. Okay. Okay. That's at least a little something to make it a little less cursed. We'll still want to add probably something on this side. So for this side, let's pop over here. Mediterranean small plants? Sure, let's shrink that down to 5. Bring it down even more. Okay, you sleep well. I love you too. Okay. Get rid of the cursed flying plants. Alright. I can duplicate you. Alright. So we got that. What complaints do we have going on? Lots of pickpocketing, lots of pickpocketing. Alright, so it's pickpocketing. This generator needs to be repaired. This water pump needs to be repaired. This needs repaired. So like some of that's getting repaired, I'm just missing it. This bathroom is horrific. Yeah, so can't do much about that. We have this, all that. Yeah, so dismiss all that for now. So a couple things we're probably gonna need is I'm probably gonna need another janitor. We've likely hit that point. We're probably gonna need another security person. I think we're fine for the others right now. So let's go to our staff up here. And is anyone upset about the fact that I pay them awfully? Not yet. We're going to continue. Oh, no high pay. What do you think you're getting? So go ahead and continue to pay them less. Honestly, the thing that's probably going to eventually make me stop doing that is not doing it. Is the park big enough to need staff zones? We're getting there. Like, I very genuinely could have, like, one security guard focus this area, one security guard focus that area, one security guard focus down here. We are getting to that point, and I do have 2 break rooms now. I have one here and then one up there. So, we're definitely on that fence where having the zones would be probably a good idea. All right. So let's start going and let's check our loans again. Pay off our loan. Bam. Confirm. Debt-free. All of our money belongs to us again. Your loan is repaid. Cool. Alright, so let's take a look at our staff. We've got our security guards. There's 3 of them. So we could consider breaking this up into zones. The only catch I have is I don't have an employee break room over here. But I could definitely see making this one zone here, and then expanding over this way for our next ride, and then making this a separate zone there. We can also potentially add flume rides and all that stuff. But regardless, the next thing we need to do for a lot of these things, yeah, that's a pickpocket got ejected, is we need to make a new coaster with 2 inversions. That is a major spend. So, where we just got rid of all that debt, don't mind me, we're just going to go ahead and put ourselves, like, let's start with 10,000, well, let's start with 20. We put ourselves back 20,000 in debt, because that's, genuinely making a proper roller coaster is really expensive. Yeah, no, they do the exact same thing in this one. You'll end up having it where they get drawn someplace because of whatever, and they'll wander around that area and neglect the other half of the park. So, what we could potentially do is get another roller coaster over here. And we'll have it probably go and take around this way. You know, and just zip around here as best we can. So let's go look at what type of coaster we want to do. So this coaster is going to need to be able to get inverted. So we look at this one where it says like can invert. We needed to say it can invert. So cannot invert, cannot invert, cannot invert, cannot invert, cannot invert, cannot, can, cannot, 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 can. So we have the choice of the Vector 2, which is suggesting 20,000 to get going. The suspended roller coaster, which it's suggesting we can. The floorless roller coaster, which can. The LSM riding coaster. Yeah, that's one where you can go back and forth. They probably won't do that. Linear synchros. This coaster can rotate its cars faster and faster until the world becomes a spinning blur. That sounds horrifying. Yeah, no, I'm expecting to need at least 20. Max turning angle 90 degrees. Max banking angle 180. That sounds like such a cool roller coaster, and I'm fearing it. It's the Ultra Spin, but the problem is that's suggesting it starts at 20,000 just about. So I'm probably just gonna go with the regular old Vector thing. Yeah, I'm thinking that is we're gonna probably go with the Vector Inspect, like this one. So my plan is to tuck you over top of this, to hide the distributor. And we're going to want to... Oh, nope, nope. We want to place more platform. Because more platform means more cars. And usually you want to do a little dip right when you start. Yeah, more cars, second train. Yep, you get the idea. More attendance. Maximum speed here. Intersecting track? Oh, intersecting terrain. It's fine. We'll go straight for this. Usually I like to go... Oh, wait, tires push the track to... Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I usually like to do a little dip at the beginning. Oh, it definitely can go through the middle. And we're going to try for that, I think. Alright, so no more chain. Alright. We got that little bit of a sweep through the thing there. But now we need to make sure we do some inversions. Now obviously if we do that inversion, it ain't gonna work. Because those inversions going up is gonna be a problem. Alright. So they have rolls. So problem is we're not going to be moving very fast here. Yeah, and that scares me up there. Yeah, that's pretty good there. So we can go with this. Actually, let's be smart about this. So what I'm going to need to do here is I need to go to just regular track. You're going to need to dip it down again. Okay, continue bank just a little bit right. We're going to go ahead and do this to pick up some speed. Yeah, that's not happening. That's way higher than where we start. I'm looking for the one that torques that track less. The other track here, and it swings on over and down. So we can place you here. And we need more money, which I figured was coming. So increase the loan by another 20,000. That's what we could do for our loan. So the roller coaster has to get completed with what money we've got left. I don't like part of that. This spot here looks really messy. So I'll do this. Grab the thing there. What I need is you to pop under, not that far. Not just straight up corkscrew, because I need you to start working your way back. All right. So I think what we're looking at, because it has to be an inverting one. So these are all loops. Yeah, so we're looking for a roll. And I think what we're looking at is there's the rolls over here. Going with one of the ones that goes down here. So I'm a little worried about that spot of the track is the issue. I think the G's are going to get pretty nasty there. If the G's get too nasty, then people won't ride it. Okay, so let's get back over here. I want you to twist this way. Because that's where we're trying to go, is back there. And that'll be our second inversion. Does this have test mode? Yes. And you're actually required to use test mode before it'll allow you to send a coaster off. All right. So let's go in here, choose done for just a moment. Switch to test mode. Actually, first. Yeah, there we go. I also want to go to our data. All right. So you can see like the excitement and nausea and all that. Okay. So let's see what the final score is. All of those are in the green. We can certainly do more excitement, all that, but all those in the green. The fear gets pretty bad at the end here. So that's not great. The nausea also pretty bad along there. But that's fine. The lateral Gs are totally fine. The vertical Gs are totally fine. They get pretty high over there. The forward G's pretty negligible. So what we are going to do is really fast before we try turning this thing on. Right there is the spot that kind of worries me. So let's go edit coaster. And what you can do here, you'd be like, all right, let's select this area here. Let's smooth that track. We can select this area here. Yeah, select this area here. Bring that back to just before the bump. Smooth that track. Let's test it again, and then we'll leave it alone. Personal nickname for this ride would be the Nopinator. Nope, nope, no thank you, nopity, nope. Alright, so meanwhile, we want to place the regular entrance. It'll be way back there. Place the exit. Probably around here. There will be a fast pass. There you go there. The pricing will be dynamic. Maximum priority on them. Okay, so let's see what the final results are. See if that made it better. Because that should reduce the fear at the end there. Okay. I think that's good. So now what I need to do is we're not just wasting time and money. So I need to first go down here to view, switch. Copy our existing texture. So that goes there. And now I go here, grab view. Change you for our entrance exits like we've been doing. One second. So I'm getting weird stuff because of how... It's fine. There we go. So with that, we want to get our fast pass queue. There we go. Then a regular entrance. If I remember, hang on. If I remember correctly, that'll cause problems. I put away back there because the people run the whole way before they're allowed on the roller coaster. So Q. And there's a regular queue. And we'll go through and we'll hide a bunch of that stuff and probably add terrain and all that to make that make sense. Alright, so with that, the roller coaster is functional. It already has a 100% scenery bonus because it is taking advantage of all the scenery that's already in place. That does allow me to claim that 3,500. That's saying it's no entrance, it's not connected, all that. I don't care about that one. We can check here. This is all complaining about pickpockets and ejecting pickpockets. We need to do maintenance on you, maintenance on you, and maintenance on you. So dismiss all those. Okay, so meanwhile, we can also go over here, change music. Let's see what we got down here. We've had a few of those. Alright. And it's got its music, it's got all that stuff. So now we need to start adding all the stuff around it. Even though it's already got scenery set up to where it needs to be. We're gonna make it look at least a little bit nice. Okay, we'll have you scooch slightly over here to the side. That's not how I do that. Scooch you slightly aside. I used to know all the shortcut keys. It's a thing if I paid attention. I'm sure I would find that they're still just right there. Did I not click it? Yeah, we clicked it. Okay, we got those. Now I'm going to need to add a couple trash cans. So I got all that. So I'm going to make this a little less cursed by raising the ground up to it. And then, like I said, we'll probably do after that is we will smooth that all out to not be nearly as cursed. Ooh, I wonder if it's time to get like another mountainous hilly area going in. This actually could be a good opportunity for that. Let's go ahead and just consume the entire launch from this. It'll get it fixed to not be hideous in a minute. So we can make ourselves like another little mountainy area. Now, it might be like, oh my god, isn't it just going to explode the moment it hits that track? Luckily, that's just not how it works in this game. You can have things that will enable the physics on your vehicles, but generally speaking, it's not constantly with physics on. Which is good, because it'd be utterly frustrating to deal with otherwise. Because Roller Coaster Tycoon works on a grid. Yeah, I'll fix up that to not be quite so weirdly like pill-shaped or whatever. Alright. Alright. Alright, so you get what's going on here. We're just making kind of like a bit of a volcano looking kind of thing. It'll be a little squared off on the one side, but that's okay. Get like a second peak over here. Alright, so now what I need to do is do this. Just tunnel right on through. Okay. Oh, I see what's happened here. That's not technically actually connected. So we need to fix that. Intersects terrain. Alright, we'll deal with that real quick. Okay. You're not intersecting terrain anymore. I don't think you should be. Okay, let's fix that again. Ah, there we go. And no seam there, so we're good. I can go back to getting that pulled up to be snug. All right. So what I need to do is just carve a little bit of a tunnel right through here. Hey, Lanix, how's it going? It's going good. Making ourselves a little bit of a roller coaster in a mountain real fast. All right. I remember Planet Coaster 2 was actually pretty strict about ground collisions. You could make it collide with the ground, but you had to put like a little bit of effort into it. I think Planet Coaster 2 started that way. But then eventually they're like, okay, no, we want you to be able to do all this cool stuff. And that means we gotta let you do some curse stuff. You know, it is what it is. Okay, there's probably more in here. All right, we got more pickpocketing reported. A bunch of people are whining about their pay. You have a long ride time. Yep, so we'll need to add a bunch of lighting in here. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so let's see what kind of lights we're going to be putting in here to make it so we can actually see these paths and all that. And then meanwhile, loans. Pay off your loan. And knock it down 20,000. So this feels like another one for doing the wall sconces. I need you to not be random scale. And I would like you to snap to surface. Or align to surface. Okay. All right. All right. I would like to ride the roller coaster. Cool. It'd honestly probably be okay. So it should just take a minute because I gotta load up the people. But we can get all this done. I can do that. Let's see. Roller Coaster 2 would be more Minecraft-like that it would be square chunks out of the map. You place stuff under the ground. Yeah, no, that's the thing. And this one lets you like really, really go and shape stuff. So while we're waiting for this to start, our new objective is to build 3 more flat rides. We're right about to hit the 2.5 for the 6,000. I should be eligible for the roller coaster advertising campaign. I need to ramp up my security. I wish from this menu I could tell them to just go repair it. Alright, so it should be taking off any time now. The problem is they're basically waiting for us to have enough attendance on the ride. There is a maximum they will wait, though. Oh, I also noticed the time. I need to be wrapping up soon. Yeah, we're going to ride this. Make sure it doesn't seem utterly cursed. And all that. But no, I've been having a blast playing this today. It's been a while. And again, low-key, I'm really enjoying the, I'm really enjoying the challenge mode. The money still doesn't seem hard, but there was definitely, like, I almost have never had to ever take a loan in this game ever before this. Okay, maybe those trees need some adjusting. Alright. Okay, so let's follow that back, because there's a couple of trees that just need to be moved a little. Okay, because it goes under that. Thank you, Treacle. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, that's I definitely know those are roller coasters that would a lot of people are like, nope. Nobody, noperino. Oh, do not align to surface. We're just shifting the trees around a little bit. Since there isn't the idea in this game of cutting branches, unfortunately. Yeah, that'll, like, sneak right around it. Alright. There's ourselves a nice little roller coaster that weaves through everything. And all that stuff. So let's go here and deal with our problems. So you need to be fixed. You need to be fixed. You need to be fixed. Dismiss all. We just are short on a vendor to deal with that. Yeah, that's kind of a bummer that a couple of things we got going on. The big one is this ride here. They keep complaining that the ride is too long, but I can't do anything about that. Actually, that's not true. Because imagine the issue here is there's just not enough people queuing for it. Let's try cutting your minimum price down to 6. And hope that draws way more people into there. People think the pricing on this is too cheap. Yeah, that's fine. Because they're not queuing up I'm down to leave that going because I'd rather someone writing it instead of it just hemorrhaging money. And we got a ton of research and all that. Let's go ahead and go to our park options. Oh, where are you at? There's an advertising thing. Advertising, because it wants me to run the Coaster Lovers campaign. All right, and that gives me 3,500. And now I'm going to immediately go back in there because that advertising campaign is freaking expensive. Yeah, because 1,000 per hour, and it'll keep building up, and I'm going to immediately end the advertising just because it's really expensive. Okay, with that said, I could easily just sit here and binge this for hours and hours and hours. I, unfortunately, do have to wake up fairly early tomorrow, and I've already gone over my normal time, so I'm going to make sure to save this. But yeah, so I'd definitely say the good thing, like, this has been good. Now, the downside is we didn't really get to see the big thing that changed, which is there's seasons and weather. Because we're only on day 3, and that's just because I'm not fast-forwarding that much. Because I haven't needed to, because that's what's happened in the past when I've played, you know, games like this, is you get to that point where you're like, okay, just to continue my progression, I gotta keep fast-forwarding to, like, let the money slowly build up. But with what we've got going on here, you know, I've been able to sit here and, like, juggle the loan and all that to enable me to keep going forward with stuff. And it's worked out extremely well. Now, this has definitely been harder than the game was historically. The game definitely in the past, it was like super duper easy to just have money like endlessly to do with. But with this now, you can actually go through here and pretty easily get what you want going kind of thing. But it is one of those things that the way I've gotten around this is, as you see, it constantly complaining about the fact that my staff are underpaid because I'm underpaying them all. You know, it's complaining about my staff underpaid. So far, they haven't quit. Eventually, they will. But I've had to do that kind of stuff to keep the money balanced. Oh, right now it's showing having horrific profits because I spent a ridiculous amount of construction and on loans. But yeah, so the income is just continuing to go up and up. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things. It still has the situation that these games have where once you get yourself stabilized, you can just ramp up the income till it's out of control. But I mean, we're already up to 1,000 guests in our park at a given time. Because while this is very compact, we actually do have a lot of rides going on here. The pickpocketing is getting wild. But if we actually look at this, I actually do have myself, what is that? 9 flat rides and then 2 roller coasters. And then you need to be repaired. Now, one thing I am finding is with the repairs... Okay, that is as a priority. Yeah, so let's go ahead and get two more mechanics going. And let's go ahead and get our security person. Probably 2 more of those. And then we're going to underpay them. But once we get to the other side of this, it'll probably be about time for me to start not underpaying people. But yeah, because I'm wondering if genuinely, when it comes to all these service things, if I just don't have enough mechanics going around. Because I keep finding I have to like manually intervene and be like, hey, go fix that. Because this is the thing that supposedly, one of the changes we had now is you actually have to pay for that. Maybe, no, so the way it works is it boosts morale. And the big thing with morale, if I recall correctly, is eventually they will quit. But yeah, because if we look at this, you have like Yeah, so like they're content, low pay, and then have a scheduled break. But there's what'll eventually happen is just the thing. Maybe security to pay them more? You're not sure if that they simulate anything art? Yeah, no, generally speaking, usually, unless something's changed, it used to mostly just be the only thing you cared about with morale and all that was there was the risk of them quitting. Alright, so we'll probably want to do... create new zone. Okay, that's one zone. Create new zone. It's getting to that point where we're struggling a bit because of the stuff going on there. Alright, so we got my 2 zones. We haven't bothered naming them yet. And what I can do here now is we close those. We can go to our staff. Go to our... oh, what do you want? Total vomit and litter below 6. Fine. I'll hire 2 more janitors. You're gonna strong arm me here on this. So we're gonna go to our staff. We're gonna make sure you 2 aren't paid more. Alright. So, the entertainers, I'm going to assign... I thought there was a way you could easily assign zones here. Staff zone view. Not assigned to a zone. Remove filter. There we go. Alright. So what we're going to do... yes, you'll be in Zone 1, apply all day. Confirm, there's your break. And you'll be assigned to Advanced, Zone 2, apply all day, confirm. Alright, so basically you 2 are assigned to zones and then you free fall. And then we can go here to our janitors. And you're going to be locked to Zone 1 all day. And you're going to be applied to Zone 2 all day. And then we have 3 floating. And then Mechanic, Zone 1. So, repair service, repair infrastructure service, do that. Alright. And then we'll go to you, Advanced, Zone 2, apply, confirm, confirm. You won't be assigned to a zone, but you just deal with service and repairs. Yeah, you just service and repair rides. Confirm. And then you, no zone, and you just service and repair infrastructure. Okay. Alright. Yep. Yep, so we got all this. And then last but not least, let's go to our security. Basically, I'm trying right now to have them all assigned to different stuff. So that way I have a couple people who are locked to one zone, so there's never no coverage there. and a couple who could just roam and all that. Okay. Now, with that said, chat, staff has overridden schedule. Yeah, it's fine, whatever. Okay, so staff, disable. Get rid of that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to save again because, like I said, I'm going to just keep doing more and more of this, and I need to stop. All right, but thanks so much for tuning in. If you already enjoyed, if you've been enjoying the content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop the follow. That way you can find a way back here in the future. So tomorrow we have a sponsored segment on Northgard, which is a real-time strategy game. We checked it out once long ago. We checked out like an early demo of it, but we will be checking that out. After that, because that'll probably be like 2, 3, 4 hours we do that. After that, I could see playing more of this. I could see checking out the 1.0 release of Flotsam. I could see checking out some more Vintage Story where we've got that run going. We could check out the American Truck Simulator Louisiana DLC that dropped. There is so much happening, man. At some point in the immediate future, there's going to be a sponsored stream of Roadcraft. I'm just waiting for Daredrop to get back to me of when that's going to actually be scheduled. With all that said, we got some fun stuff going on. Thanks so much for tuning in. If you are watching over on the YouTube side, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you, as I don't have a host ready on that side, but thank you so much for tuning in. And then for everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop in for a raid.